Hi guys, how's everybody tonight? I hear you guys jizzing over the invitational. I didn't really watch it because I was at work, so it's kind of hard to watch and shit. Although maybe I'll watch tomorrow because I have to get up early, go do some adulting shit. It's gonna suck, but you know, adulting and whatnot. But I'm glad everything sounds good. I mean, it is multiplayer. I think a lot of it is large. You want to tell me what a top tier vampire pirate army would be? I think you can go one of two ways. I guess one of three ways for the front line. You can either do depth guard, you can do sirens, or you could do the Promethean mobs. And then a back line of a couple gunners and or deck gunners. And then a lot of mortars. Not mortars, I'm sorry. Actually, some mortars. Yeah, mortars are still good. Yeah. Yeah, mortars never really lose their usefulness. Mortars are always pretty good for Vampire Coast. A Bess, carrying aid. Sticks to how you like it, really. They do have a lot of flexibility, that's true. Vampire Coast does have a lot of flexibility in their comps. For better or for worse. Some of it isn't necessarily the best. Like, I haven't been a big fan of the deck droppers. I haven't tried the handgunners one, but Ella said that they were really, really good. I just never found time to put them in there when I was just like, we got mortars. We got a front line. Living the dream right now. So, yeah, that's why I did it that way. Anyways, so Everchosen is happening right now. Glad everybody is enjoying all that good shit. I'm actually really surprised that we didn't get the announcement of the Free LC Lord today, actually. I'm actually pretty amazed. I thought for sure that, you know, they were just going to go ahead and spill the beans, or somebody was going to be like, whoops! I put that in! Where did that come from? But, apparently it never happened, or else Reddit didn't jizz all over it. Which is surprising for Reddit. Once they have a quest for Warlord Croak, we'll know what the Free LC is. I would think Monday or Tuesday. I don't think we'll know by the stream. I need to get in contact. I was going to wait until after the Everchosen to find out exactly when I'll get early access to it. But I would assume that early access would probably start either Friday or Saturday. You beat your Warcraft 2 campaigns? I beat the Orc campaign. I didn't beat humans. Maybe I'll do that off stream. But I haven't got back around to it. But I did beat Orcs on stream. So, it's actually the last battle is pretty easy. Kind of annoying, but like I thought the Dalaran battle was actually worse. Because Dalaran was fucking just cannon towers everywhere. Everywhere. Yeah, Orcs are, I don't know if they're necessarily easy, but the Orc last mission is definitely easy. The human final mission is pretty bullshit. But whatever. At some point, I'll probably play it a little bit more off stream or something. I don't know. I'm trying to focus more on Total War. So, you know. Anyways, tonight, Vampire Coast. Because if you notice, I'm doing them all in a line.
I am Terry.
So we're skipping Lisbon and Rat Boys. I'm going straight to Vampire Coast, which means we'll have Tomb Kings tomorrow. Empire, Dwarves, Greenskins, Vampire Counts, Norska, Bretonnia, which actually we're going to skip Bretonnia too. What else? I don't know what we're going to do about Beastmen. I don't know. I'll figure something out about them.
All fear.
All right,
the
so
Pirate King.
Vampire Coast. Vampire Coast is the last faction that was added to Warhammer 2, as you guys know. And because this is filmed 4/6, so April 6th. So Vampire Coast received a lot of updates and stuff like that, and they actually caused a lot of changes to Vampire Counts as well. They have a lot of interesting mechanics that come with it. They have infamy. I guess some of the the going down the racial abilities here. Infamy. Hi, Toby.
Oh, hi, by the way.
Hi. Infamy is just basically a static point that you get for winning battles. You more or less spend it more so than you just stockpile it. It's whatever. I'll kind of talk about it more as we get into things, but it's okay. Loyalty, though, is a lot more important for Vampire Coast. They did update Vampire Coast a lot more in their approach towards loyalty. The loyalty approach for them makes it so that they get a lot better passives if they have high loyalty. I'll go over them and I'll show them on stream as well. But they did really tune up loyalty, because before now loyalty had pretty much been like shitty. So that was something that was added for them. We'll talk about that a little bit more. Pirate Coves allow you to gain infamy and leech wealth from unsuspecting settlement owners. These are only gained from sacking a region or by doing heroic action. There's no cooldown if you sack the region. However, this region has to be a port. It cannot be anything else. It has to be a port. I don't know if we'll end up getting a cove early game. Just know that coves are a surefire way to get a ton of infamy very quickly, and then they also can make decent money doing it as well. They are, however, if done by a hero, are extremely expensive, like astronomically expensive. In the pre-release, it was broken so that it was a little bit cheaper, but afterwards, they ended up making it so that it basically had a factional 10 turn, or I'm sorry, per hero 10 turn cooldown. Pretty rough. However, Pirate Cove is the only way that you can get some of the heroes for Vampire Coast, so having a couple of coves is not a bad thing. Coves are very snowbally though, so that is nice at least. Extra powder is something that boosts the firepower of all of their gunpowder units. That causes them to do more damage when they have more ammunition. And so the higher the ammunition we can get for that unit, as well as having a gunnery wight in the army to make sure that we're topped off on powder at all times, means that our artillery and our gun crews are going to be doing way more damage at all times. The main flavor of Vampire Coast, if you couldn't tell from Pirates, is a ton of gunpowder and artillery. Gunpowder, artillery is going to be basically the main way we're going to win a lot of battles. We do have magic. They do have good access to magic since they are vampires. So they're kind of they're a mixture of having really strong artillery and having really strong magic. It's an interesting combination of a faction, and furthermore, it's a unique one to CA. They did a really good job with this, actually, surprisingly enough. Let's get to it, I think. This is, of course, Mortal Empires. We're going to start looking at Luther Harkon. Luther Harkon is the factional leader, so he's going to have, a lot of bonuses aimed towards just having a regular generic feel for him. He is going to have minus 60 diplomatic relations with Lizardman, and is going to take pride in beating the shit out of Lizardman as much as he possibly can. That goes well into where he is currently on the map, as well as when he fights Tenuan, because I imagine now Luther Harkon campaigns are going to start with eliminating Tenuan pretty quickly right off the bat. He is going to give leadership for all of his units when fighting against Lizardman, pardon me. He does get diplomatic penalties with Lizardman, so don't ever count on them being a thing. And he does give melee defense for Lords and Heroes. The thing for Luther himself is that his mind is fractured. And eventually, depending on what mind he randomly gets, can give him bonus weapon damage, give him bonus range damage, give him actually spells. Because even though he's a vampire, he does not actually have any magic casting abilities off the bat. Now, if you do complete his quest line, if you build his special structure and do a couple other things, you can unlock it so that he no longer shifts personalities, And furthermore, he does become a master caster in the Lore of the Deeps. He does not get vampire magic, and he does not have a unique lore. The other bad part about that is that he does not have the overcast versions of a couple spells, I think, if I remember correctly. But he does get a shit ton of points for literally nothing, so that's kind of cool. He does have magic resist for all of his units because of his fractured mind, and he does give local vampire corruption in local province. I'm doing all right, Delta Fire. Doing all right. Ghost armies are really strong. You get blended melee, and that's good also. Yep, ghost armies are good. I just never preferred using them. The second lord is Count Noctilus, and Noctilus is going to be who we are going to be playing. Noctilus is going to start off a little bit more awkwardly than Luther, but it's going to be kind of like when we play Vlad. Vlad is going to pretend he's vampire counts, and the same thing for Dreadfleet here with Count Noctilus. He's going to basically pretend to be Luther Harkon after the first few turns. He does get war declaration missions with unique rewards. These are actually really cool. They usually give a ton of bonus movement, an astronomical amount of bonus movement. So that allows him to just get pretty much wherever the fuck he wants at any given time. That's really, really powerful. Gets pirate crew recruitment, which is, fine. And he also has a recruitment duration for Necrofaxes down to minimum 1 turn, which that doesn't actually matter too much. He does have an upkeep for Necrofax Colossi units, which he starts with, a 1 Colossus. And he also has weapon strength for 15% for large units. 1 sec. So that is going to be who we're going to be playing. I'll show you how to play him a little bit.
Ready to cast up.
You have Arnessa. Arnessa is actually not a vampire at all. She's actually human. And she actually starts with a lot of human units, which is kind of odd. She is an amazing duelist, however. She will absolutely shred just about anything, which is kind of weird, but she is frightening in that regard. However, she does have kind of a rough start on Mortal Empires. I don't know about Vortex. I think on Vortex she had it a little bit easier of a time. I'm not actually sure about that. She gets diplomatic relations with Norskins because she hates them. She gets more treasure maps, which I'll show what the treasure map mechanic is as we get into the game. If income for raiding, income from stacking settlements, which is all fine. She's more pirate than the average pirate. She does get a larger aura of leadership, which helps a lot considering she is dealing with actual humans here. And then she also gets weapon strength for all of her Sartosan units. Like I said, the Sartosan units are actually human. Arnessa Vortex, the easiest campaign in the game. Alright. I do believe, even though I'll be doing Mortal Empires for Vampire Coast, I do think that Vortex for the Vampire Coast is actually the better way to play them. I do Mortal Empires because everybody wants to watch a Mortal Empires campaign. But if you just want to enjoy a nice, chill campaign, play play Vortex with a Vampire Coast Lord, and it's so relaxing. It's so easy because you don't have to worry about shit. You just have a couple of main objectives and whatever the fuck you want to do. So I will say that, and in that regard, it's kind of a shame that I'm going to play on Mortal Empires, but either way, that is Arnessa for you.
The final.
And then we have Celostra Deerfin. She gets loyalty for new recruits. She is upkeep for Cyrene and Morncall units. She is a ghost. She is ethereal, which means that she takes a shit ton less physical damage, but she takes an ass load of magical damage. She is going to be one of those lords that's going to specialize in upkeep for the Cyrenes, which are basically pimped out Hex Race. I'm sorry, Cairn Race. And then, of course, recruitment costs for the Cyrene and Morngol units. She gets physical resist for all units in her army, which, again, includes her. And then magical attack for the entire army as well. Vampire Coast Pirates. The king just happens to be a pirate. Yeah, well, that's he's the king of pirates, man. All it is. I've heard a lot of good things about Celostra. She's definitely probably the hardest of the lords to play, but at the same time, she also has a lot of unique tools, like undead paladins and undead ghost Bretonnia units that are really, really interesting. She is also thick as hell. That is correct. So she presents a very different option if you're looking for a very different play style. So she is also Master of Deeps, which is really interesting. Anyways, so we are going to go ahead and play my boy, Count Noctilus. Now, Count Noctilus, the start we're going to do for Count Noctilus is going to be a little bit tricky, which is why we're going to detail it and talk about it. Hopefully you guys could enjoy it at home. The nice thing about the Dreadfleet is that you can technically go in a lot of different places, but I will show exactly why we start the way that we do right now off the bat.
Count Noctilus, your magnificence is surpassed only by your ruthlessness in ruling these seas. The Maelstrom yearns.
Yeah, I think that Celostra is definitely one of once you've mastered things, Celostra is definitely the cheesiest of all of them. Because she gets a lot of bullshit that allows her to do stuff. I don't think she's a bad lord. And honestly speaking, I don't think that any of them are bad lords. I've never been really thrilled about Luthor Harkon, but I don't think he's necessarily bad. Arnessa is a monstrous duelist. The only problem with her is that she's not undead, so, Lore Vampires does literally nothing for her. And then Celostra just starts in a really awkward spot. If Celostra had a firm beginning, she'd probably be one of the easiest, chillest campaigns of the game. If she had Tyrion start, where she just kind of coast through and just I'll pick this up, I'll pick that up, whatever. She could be bullshit because of how her army comps are set up. And that's the nice thing about Vampire Coast. There really isn't anything in there that's just God damn, fuck this. Oh god, this is disgusting. The factions somehow managed to be balanced yet powerful and flavorful at the same time. That's what's really cool about Vampire Coast. Remember, Vampire Coast is on sale. I'm pretty sure. Let me check the Humble Store, because there was, for those of you at home, if you don't own a DLC, since we're just going through the DLCs right now. There you go. Remember this sale right now. Anyways, so before we get into Count Noctilus, the first thing that's really important about this start is that defeating this oddly placed army out in the middle of the ocean, out of nowhere, we get Powered by Death. And Powered by Death is really, really important to how he is going to start off the campaign. Powered by Death allows him to go ahead and just go for 5 turns wherever the fuck you want. We're going to start a very particular playstyle for Count Noctilus, but theoretically speaking, Count Noctilus can go wherever he wants in those 5 turns, 100% movement range. He can go pretty much wherever the fuck he wants. So that's what's really cool about him. Do you want to go battle Bretonnians and you want to go fight Tomb Kings? You can go do that. You want to go sail to Astalia and go beat the shit out of Bretonnians and rats? You could do that. Do you want to go back to Lothern and land on Lothern and start fucking up High Elves? You can do that. Or you can take the strat that we are going to do, and that is to go actually begin and fight right off the bat Luthor Harkon. Hey, V-Druid. I'm doing right. But that's the cool part about Noctilus, is he doesn't really have a hardwired campaign as to where he needs to go or where he needs to expand. I'm going to show you the strat that I prefer because I think it's generally the best in my mind. It is just kind of tricky to begin with, but as long as we execute it without being stupid, like we were last time we did this campaign, all should be okay. All right, so talking about Noctilus really quick. Noctilus has a number of really interesting things. First of all, if you notice through his spells, he has unique spell lore. He gets Miasma, Curse of Undeath, Invocation, Drown Dead, Withering. Drown Dead is Ray Zombie, Pit of Shades, and Wind of Death. He has a very, very, very good lore. Very, very good, unique lore. I don't know who made it at CA, but I want to marry them twice. It's so cool the way that they decided to do it. You don't even need to do it this way, honestly. So you've got that shit. In terms of unique lores, he's definitely the best. No, I didn't go to Comic-Con V Druid. He's definitely got one of the best unique lores in the entire game by far. He also has a pretty cool unique line. He does have something that's very, very interesting. So I hope to get to this point in the game and be able to show this off. But this Lord Recruit rank +2 is actually really, 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 really important. I will demonstrate that here in a second. Otherwise, you can take a look at their building browser. He does start off the Galleon's Graveyard. It starts off really fucking slow. It does have a unique garrison, though, which is kind of cool. So he makes some money off of it, but it does grow very, very slowly. You're going to go ahead and need to put a full growth in here because there's no way that you can go any faster. No Rose of Pine. It's just that I updated the thing wrong. Anyways, this is not going to be a spot we're going to use very much, though, because legendary lords function like hordes. They function like hordes. This is really cool. And furthermore, if you notice their horde growth rate, it's far higher than Chaos or any other growth faction. I'm hoping that this is a good indication that at some point they're going to change the way that horde growth works and make it not quite so painful. But we don't actually know. But that's my hope. I hope that someday growth for all horde factions is smooth like Vampire Coast is. Because not only do we start off having very high growth, but every upgrade, we get +4. So we start off with 4, we get 8, we get 12, we get 16, we get 20. Which means that this whole chip, this whole building setup, easy as pie. Because we've got more than enough growth to build whatever the fuck we want on it. Typically about turn 40th, turn 50th, we can get whatever we want. And that'll be on Noctilus at all times. So you don't even need to worry about being in enemy territory or any of those things. Looking at Infamy really quick, if you can just mouse over Infamy and see, we are starting down at the bottom, of course, as you would expect. And then the Infamy rate just kind of ranks out where everybody is. This listing doesn't actually really matter at all. Infamy is just more or less spent on Legendary Admirals, which I can show you. The important thing is getting to the Sea Shantyverse at some point when you are ready. When you get to this point, when you get to 8K Infamy, this guy is going to spawn and sail to your capital, wherever your capital is. And then defeating him is going to give you a Sea Shantyverse, which is going to be a one-time use per battle, big ass reload and physical or melee defense. Oh, hi, Teddy Bear. Thank you for the tier 3, man. Been 6 months, man. Jesus Christ, it's been 6 months. How you doing, dude? Good seeing you. Sea Shantyverses are going to be really good once you get them, but you do need to be prepared to fight the Admiral. I found that once you get a certain amount of Infamy, it quickly climbs. Like, it just can't stop it. You're just constantly gaining Infamy every single turn. So at first it's going to look a little bit shitty and it's going to feel like it's going really slowly, but after a certain point we're going to get absurd amounts of Infamy doing like literally nothing. So Infamy, the main cost on it is recruiting Legendary Admirals. These Legendary Admirals are kind of like, as we'll talk about tomorrow in Tomb Kings, are kind of like the legendary, or kind of like the unique Dynasty Kings that the Tomb King could access to. They have different things as opposed to everybody else. So, like, for example, this Dread Admiral is going to get a bonus against large and range and a charge bonus for his whole army. This one is going to have access to stealing items, recruitment, leadership, has a pole arm, all that good stuff. The important thing about these admirals is that only your legendary lord and the admirals can actually build ships. And your regular lords all are going to be just regular ass lords. So the only hordes in the entire game are going to be your legendary lords and these 4 admirals. So at any given time, you can only have 5 actual horde armies running around. The rest have to be all normal armies. That being said, though, this is going to be something that we're going to need to pick up because Burke Black is actually really, really good, as named after the streamer, Burke Black. On top of that, though, this is going to tie into what I said earlier about Noctilus having the +2 Lord Recruit rank. On top of that is the offices. So the offices system is, if you've played Empire or played Wood Elves, is very similar to that, just with much bigger bonuses. Simply by having a lord selected in these offices, they grant usually faction-wide abilities or buffs. However, the fun part about this is that those lords do not need to be on the campaign map. All they need to be is recruited and selected as an admiral, and then that's it. Disband them immediately, and you get those bonuses for the rest of the campaign. I'd like to show you how to farm this and make this super, super easy. We do this because of Count Noctilus specifically, because the other ones can't quite do this strat. That's going to tie into Noctilus +2 your Lord Recruit rank. It's going to be really, really nice. Disband them and get a huge enemy army that rebels against you. See, Requiem, that's the thing, though. If you do it this way, disbanding them does nothing. Because of the Fleet Secretary. But I will explain once we get closer to that point. Just know that having these admirals is going to be amazing. Now, as was pointed out, they do have loyalty. And you do need to be careful about said loyalty, because disbanding them once they get to a certain level means that they will rebel and get a nice, scary army against you. So you can't quite do that. You need to avoid doing that frequently, at least. On top of their tech tree, the tech tree is kind of interesting. It kind of splits it up into basically campaign mechanics, campaign like effects and stuff. Then your main ammunition, a lot of your mortars and stuff like that. And then salvage course. Salvage is your monsters for the most part. There are a couple other things in here, but it's basically all buffs for monsters. So campaign effects, and I think there's some zombie shit in here too. Mortars and gunpowder units, and then monsters. With that being said, I think we're going to go ahead and give the leadership right off the bat, because the zombies are in dire need of some leadership. Okay, so starting first about this campaign, there's a couple important things that we have to note. First of all, if you are going for the campaign victory, which is what we're aiming for if we were starting this campaign anyway, at least getting close to it, you need to kill the other 3 vampire factions, the other 3 Vampire Coast factions, and the Blessed Dread, which is Lokir Felheart, which we didn't talk about last stream very much. But we do need to eliminate all 4 of those factions. So we're going to get a head start on that by aiming to destroy the Vampire Coast. Vampire Pirates, unlike most other factions besides Tomb Kings, cannot confederate. Because of that, otherwise you'd just be like, oh, well, shit, I just become friendly with them and confederate them, and then I have more legendary lords and shit. Nope. That is not the case at all. So we need to ensure that all of them die. The good news, though, is that if we kill Vampire Coast early, the drowned usually kill themselves off. We're going to aim to kill the Blessed Dread also very quickly. And then Pirates of Sartosa is all that really is left after that. I guess we do need to talk about Noctilus's landmarks. There is a landmark building that he gets. You have the harpoon launcher, which all of them gets. All legendary lords get. This was just a thing that they did for the Vortex, but it also applies to the regular campaign as well. It gives you a little bit more infamy, gives you some hero recruit rank, gives you melee defense if you're defending. It does give you missile damage for your artillery, which is really good. But I would get this at some point later on once you don't really need the points anymore. This is definitely a nice filler. And then Sylvanian Battlemans is melee defense and armor for all units in his army, which makes him a very powerful doom stack, and casualty replenishment, which makes it so that he basically doesn't ever have to worry about healing ever again. So those are those. Every Vampire Lord also starts with a unique landmark in their settlement. I'm trying to get it so that my camera does not block it. For him is the Wreck of the Heldenhammer, which gives bonuses for his artillery and missile damage for his artillery. Both of which are pretty decent. It's not the best thing in the world, but considering that the Vampire Coast is a completely OC development, then it's actually not too bad. You only get 2, though, per faction. Or actually, I guess Sartosa gets a couple extras. She gets the dragon thing. The dragon lighthouse, which is kind of weird. Okay, so let's see. Oh, we didn't talk about treasure maps. So treasure maps are going to be a mechanic where you can enter a stance, which I guess we can't do at sea, so I can't actually show you that. But we're going to be able to dig whenever we are on land. And each of these is going to be some kind of hint as to where it is. And then it'll actually take you to that location where it should be, where it'll center on. I don't think that digging works every single time, though. Don't remember. It's kind of weird. But it is some kind of word trick. On top of that, you have the pieces of 8. Navia, thank you for the 8 months. Appreciate that. You have the pieces of 8, which is how the Vampire Coast gets their regiments renowned. They are not given them immediately. Each of them is being held by another Vampire Coast faction that just sails around in the water. Unfortunately, a lot of these are far flung, and the ones that are actually good are really hard to get. For example, these guys up here in the polearms, that's actually pretty hard. Actually pretty hard to get to. If you wanted to just sail around the ocean and shit, it'd be a little bit easier. This is definitely something that is a lot better on Vortex than it is on Mortal Empires. Definitely a lot more feasible. You will just kind of randomly get declared on at some point by each of these guys. You can ignore them because they still follow their own path. Just don't get caught out in the ocean next to them. But we'll probably get declared on by 3 of them at some point. Don't really need to worry about them too much. Hi, Rubio.
Red Fleet Command.
Oh, and they also have the Raised Dead pool. Raised Dead is actually really good for Vampire Coast because they can also globally recruit as well. They can raise dead, global recruit, and local recruit as well. So Vampire Coast is never in shortage of getting fresh troops, which is very nice considering that they lose those units somewhat quickly if you cannot heal them. But Raised Dead comes from battle sites. I can show you battle sites after we've actually had a couple pop up. But that Raised Dead mechanic comes from both Vampire Coast and Vampire Counts as well, and is important to both factions in the same way. You can always get some really neat units. The Raised Dead allow you to go ahead and just recruit them instantaneously. It does exhaust them so that you can't actually get them back. You can't get this pool again for a few turns. But it is instantaneous recruitment that we can get right now and go do whatever the fuck we want with.
The Galleon's graveyard.
DC battle sites are still on amount of killed, correct? It's amount of killed how long that battle site has existed, and how many military recruitment buildings you have faction-wide, where they are and how high they are. So it's not just amount. Amount is the biggest thing that matters, but turns since that battle has been is also very important as well. So we are going to go ahead and raise dead. Go kill this guy.
Red Fleet, sail! Spill their blood! Kill or be destroyed, minions!
Feeling full of daylight. Wait, what? That means Toby. Now the key to this is because they've already retreated once, we don't want to kill them.
Fire-breathing iguana lizard men hype.
Hey Buke, thank you for the 8 months, man. I'm interested to see how salamanders actually work out. They're definitely a lot more different than they were on tabletop. I can't wait to get my hands on them. Have you tried Neverwinter Nights Enhanced by chance? No, I have not. I have not. Anyway, so like I said, we're not going to kill the Lord here. We just want to piss him off a bunch. Now, this is the Necrofax Colossus, which is a big shooty boy. The Necrofax Colossus is dope as shit. However, for whatever weird reason, despite its decent melee stats, doesn't actually appear to really do that much damage in melee. So because of that, you want to always use the Necrofax as it currently stands as a glorified cannon. And that's okay, because it stands on its own 2 feet like that. So it's got fantastic range, being able to fire over units and stuff like that, unlike cannons that have kind of issues with LOSing and stuff. So that's the way that we're going to use the Necrofax Colossus all the time, as much as possible. If we needed to try to tar pit, it does have a massive health pool, so it can tar pit if we need it to, but its combat potential is going to be greatly undervalued compared to how good it is in ranged. These boys are Depth Guard. Depth Guard are my personal favorite for frontline.
They think themselves long-lived!
Depth Guard have really, really strong stats. The only catch with them is that they only have 60 models and they do have a very small health pool. However, if you can keep them alive and keep them supported, Depth Guard are on par with some of the best infantry in the entire game. As you can see, starting out, they already start out with a nice 49 melee attack and a very high weapon strength. They don't have quite as good armor-piercing damage, but that's still pretty decent overall. They do also have the Hunker as well, which allows them to win trades a little bit better. Like I said, the only real weakness to them is that they have only 60 models. If they had like a regular amount of models, they could actually be broken. They have to be 60 models or else they're legit stupid good. I already feel very strongly about them being a very strong unit, but if you were to give them more models, they'd actually be unbalanced completely. Did we discuss the new cards from the Everchosen? No, I tend to leave that shit for whenever I look at it. The issue with looking at the unit cards for them is that I don't really understand it very much until I get my hands on it. If you guys feel free to look at them ahead of time, I'm going to show them all off on stream anyway. So it's really up to you guys if you want to look at them now or not.
Serve me!
We are going to you could potentially see nerfs and buffs either way, so I don't really worry about it too much. Yep, as you can see on the gunpowder units, see the little glowy, sparkly shit? This indicates that they have the extra powder. You can see that at any time. And this is when they're above 80% ammunition. gives them a lot of really nice stats that makes them a lot better in shooting things. What if they had 80 or 70? 70 may not be too bad. 80 is definitely pushing it for sure. 80, I think, is a little too scary for them. No point has a CA representative ever said anything about the Necrofax's melee animation.
No mercy! Harnessing the kills! Unstoppable!
Such a good animation, man. Such a good animation. I didn't think they'd stand still for that. Just gonna have to stand here and take that. I'm using no mods. It'd be very educational if I'm changing shit up, you know what I'm saying?
Halt, Noctilus! Herald, my liege!
In fact, I don't think I've used a mod ever since the red line got buffed for all lords and factions and shit. I don't think I've used a red line, or I've used a mod since then. Same attack interval as regular giants, huh? As I'm saying though, Toby, I think that the splash attack from the cannon shot, it renders them invulnerable because of the knockdown.
Ours, devour all! A price on these lives!
The splash attack from the cannon shot is just a fancy melee animation, can only hit 6 units. The problem though, Toby, is that, I mean, if you were to look at the splash animation and you also look at the actual damage in the Necrofax, it should be doing way more damage than it actually does. Even if it only hit 6 units, it should be obliterating those 6 units. And it doesn't really like do anything. It's not like a giant's. Like a giant definitely makes a huge difference. Like put a giant and put a Necrofax in combat against units, and the giant is going to obliterate them way faster. Like an unbelievable amount of faster. Not just like, yeah, it's got anti-infantry and it does stuff. I think we're going to go for replenishment because we need to stay as healthy as possible so we can get in there.
Subjugation by death. Raise anchor.
Okay, so we are going to get powered by death. And like I said, powered by death is going to allow us to go pretty much wherever the fuck we want.
Through infamy.
We're going to go ahead and tear this down because we are never going to recruit at Galleon's Graveyard as long as we can avoid it. We got Route Marcher, so we can start moving south a little bit further. And then, what does he even have? We don't even have anything. Okay, so this part's kind of important, okay? So the main strat to this is we're going to go fight the vampires. We're going to go fight, what's his face? Uther Harkon. In order to do that, we need to have cannons. We need to have mortars, more specifically. So because of that, we need to keep the growth watched. Because normally we'd be like, oh, we'll just pop up to tier 3 and be amazing. Yeah, but we need it in a very certain time period now. Back before, that wasn't quite the issue. But now that is very much so the case. I don't remember if I can sail south anymore. Yeah, whatever. It doesn't matter. I think we'll be fine. We can go ahead and pop in a commandment. We're just going to go get more growth because Galleon's Graveyard needs literally all the growth it can possibly get. The nice thing is we don't actually need to do any diplomacy. The only issue with this whole strat is that Kalador could invite Lothern to fight us. And Galleon's Graveyard being out in the middle of fucking nowhere like it is makes it pretty vulnerable. We won't be going back to Galleon's Graveyard for a very long time. Probably not ever, actually, because Noctilus can do a lot of shit by himself. So the only issue is, when does Kalador decide to send things? Our goal is going to be to try to get Kalador to fight with Lothern or Alariel and allow them to get beat up because of that. The thing is, if we go to Lothern, although Vampire Coast does tend to do fairly well against Lothern, the problem is that as soon as you make a landing on there, every single high elf that you meet will declare war on you. And so you get embroiled against a lot of different factions very quickly who are coming to stomp you out because they're basically programmed to defend Ulthuan. That's a pretty scary proposition because it makes it really hard to hold that territory, especially because there is no vampiric corruption on Ulthuan, so you gotta do all that shit by yourself. However, if we do indeed go down towards the Awakening, Harkon's starting territory, he has 100% vampiric corruption starting in his territory. So because of that, we're going to go there because it's a pretty natural spot. We don't need to worry about, expansion, or we don't need to worry about corruption and all that good stuff. That's where we're going to go first. Pardon me. Pardon me. Like I said, however, if you did really want to go somewhere else, it's fully possible for him to go do so. Just know that Vampire Coast is going to be the richest area, also because it has 3 ports as well. And on top of that, to complete the victory conditions, we need to eliminate Vampire Coast anyway. So might as well just go ahead and get that shit out of the way now, you know what I'm saying? Oh, Kobe. By the way, you guys remember when they put all those Skaven landmarks in the Badlands? Pepperidge Farms remembers. You know who's going to be really close to the Badlands now? Ikit Claw. so we're gonna do regular movement
Power
first.
ascends.
Right.
Go, Reaver.
Take another bloaty boy, although we don't really need him. We'll wait till he has full movement. Do we want growth or do we want the income? I think we want the income first. We'll get growth.
The Reaver is anchored near.
Bubbles? Sure. Remind me that I had a cool that I had a fun name for the Gunnery White later. Okay, so we're gonna sail right here. We did raise
Red
dead
Fleet command.
so that Peggy Half-Mast here doesn't get them, and then we're gonna declare war on her in a second. This is a time
Flotilla of
sensitive
the
thing.
damned.
And also, we don't want to upgrade this. Thank God we don't have the money, so I'm not tempted to do so right now. But we do not want to spend this growth. I want to wait until it hits 3. Started my first Wood Elves campaign. Awesome, dude. Need any advice? I like Wood Elves a lot. Did you pick Orion or did you pick Durthu? Hey Toby, why wouldn't you want to go into the Badlands with Ikit Claw though? I don't see what the problem is here.
The ocean powers me. Death and destruction.
You remember where he's dead? We do. I don't think we need that last bloaty boy. 2 is probably going to be sufficient. Declare war. Just fuck this guy.
Not die.
Now, as you can clearly see, the auto resolve is on crack. So make sure you never auto resolve this stuff. I guess you go there after killing Bretonia, but I wouldn't want to fight greenskins. That's true, but that's also assuming that greenskins aren't getting buffed, or that the greenskins are not getting changed a bit. Make their Badlands dominance not quite so bad. Plus, if you go into the Badlands, that means you can get onto Queek, and that means confederating Queek, which not a bad idea.
Kill or be destroyed, minions.
I don't know about you, but I kind of want to confederate Queek. Well, I'll be keeping an eye on AI changes and see if they decide to change things. Didn't Grimgor get buffed to the DLC? Grimgor has never been the problem. It's always been the actual faction that's always been the problem. Grimgor has never been the problem. Grimgor is easy to kill. It's the constantly cranking out stacks of black orcs that isn't fun that isn't easy to kill. Dick hands. Yeah, I had heard that he got buffed too, but like I said, that literally won't matter at all. Don't shoot the bloaty boy. Well, if you just wait, what, like 3 or 4 days, I'll be doing a Wood Elf campaign. Actually, there's some in my VODs, too. Which did you say you started as? Dirthu or, Orion? I love his walk animation, by the way. I don't know who decided to give a zombie pirate ship a peg leg, but... Patches Orion.
Count Noctilus. Count Noctilus. Nuts macabre.
Gathering mob. Take hands.
Oops.
Bones and flesh.
Uh-oh. I need him elsewhere.
The dead march. Deadly magic. Painful strides.
Powder wet. Gathering mob. Fight.
Yes, Captain. Inevitable death.
Above deck.
Oh, yeah.
Noctilus.
Hey, Lockjaw. Thank you for the follow.
Nightbot. I will move. Flight. No backing down.
Okay, so here's the thing. You have single models like this, even though the Bully Boy has great bonus against infantry,
Infallible.
doesn't actually do much.
Gunnery mob.
Covering ground. Swift as death wings.
Landslapper. Good.
Deathly swift. For the shadows.
Take hands. Gunnery mob.
I do not fail. Your orders?
Pretty like, what the fuck? You left the Berserkers out. Yeah, I left them out for a reason. They're bullet magnets.
You serve me.
Take hands. Gunnery mob. Captain.
Is this the faction with the giant enemy crabs? Yes, it is.
Moving. Drown them. Gunnery mob. Undead.
shall dominate.
Friendly. Yeah. Friendly. Right. You did. And you came to the right stream because I'm currently doing an educational on every faction in the game. So each night will be a playthrough of a different faction. Talk about all the different aspects. Of which last night I actually forgot to upload Dark Elves, but I got that when I came home. In fighting against vampires, do we kill the shit or tunnel enemy lord to break binding? If you can kill the lord, it helps. But the vampire lords are usually pretty difficult to actually kill. If you can do it, it makes it a little bit easier to cause them to crumble. But the thing about vampire lords is that they're usually pretty fucking strong. So because of that, it tends to be a little bit harder to end up getting them. Vampires don't rout, so they don't suffer from the whole retreating twice kind of problem. So eventually the lord's going to die either way. If you have a method of damaging the lord easily, then I would do it. How do you know when to get a second, third, or fourth army? That is based entirely upon economy. Think of it to follow. You know when to do it when you're not choking your economy. Remember that in order to make money, you need to be able to spend said money. Have I finished Wood Elves walkthrough? Nope, that's going to be in a couple days. Unfortunately, Dexter. I did do a Wood Elf campaign not that long ago, but actually, it might have been a little while ago. I wasn't playing for a little bit. So, typically speaking, I don't get another army until I'm pretty much forced to because I'm struggling, and we need another army to back us up and allow us to keep that territory. But that second army is usually going to be a pretty shitty army. It's just meant to hold. And then otherwise, I'll tend to get another army around about 12 to 15k plus every turn. I know that sounds absurd, but you also have to remember that you still need to be able to make enough money to keep putting infrastructure in your shit. You can't really pay for the extra buildings, like the gold income buildings, without having a lot of extra cash. Riddle of Geheb. Yeah, we're not going there.
Count Noctilus Reign.
We're not going there. Why did you leave out the Depth Guard? The reason for leaving the Depth Guard out is that they're quite squishy against guns. We didn't need them to win that battle. If I had put them out there, they would have attracted bullets from literally everyone ever. So there was really no reason to use them there. Besides, not really worried about the next couple of turns. The next thing that we need to do is take the Awakening. The Awakening is scary as shit because they do have a lot of good units in here. This is what we're going to take mortars for. We are going to pack in 6 mortars, I think, as long as we have money for it. Either 5 or 6 mortars. I don't remember what we take by that point. But we don't actually need to take that fight for another couple of turns. We might actually be able to actually sail and get this treasure. But we have a couple of turns to just kind of like dick around. We do not want the Awakening to get to tier 3. The reason for this is that their garrison gets much, much scarier at tier 3. That will happen somewhere around turn 13-ish. So we want to be at Awakening and besieging it and taking it before turn 13. We have plenty of time to do that, though. All we need is to get the extra growth, so we need another, 2 turns or so? Then mortars, and then recruiting mortars. So we can have a ready army in about 5 turns or so. Pirate Cove's a good option. Yes, but not early game. They're good eventually, but they're not really an early game option unless you can afford to be able to send around an army to do exclusively that, which is sack coves and then leave. But generally speaking, holding territory is going to always be superior to having a cove. Generally speaking. The real juicy coves that you're going to want are going to be major ports. Like Nagarund, Lothern, Marienburg, Altdorf, anything like that. Not Kislev, Erengrad. Anything that's got a big-ass port that makes a ton of money. Usually a 10-slot capital. The Awakening would be a good port if we were just going to take it. But taking the Awakening is much better for us than leaving it. Yeah, ports and major settlements, but particularly major settlements that even the AI can't fuck up. I've been playing as Teclis, and I've been struggling due to the corruption. That is the problem with Teclis. Remember that the mage has Untainted on it, so stationing the mage in areas can help deal with the corruption a little bit, as well as you do have the Rite of Isha, which is going to be, what, -8 corruption, or +8 Untainted, or +10? I can't actually remember. But either way, the Rite of Isha, you can pop that and help cleanse some of the corruption. Yeah, it is kind of a pain in the ass. High Elves do not like corruption at all. And thank you for the follow. That's what makes Teclis' start so hard. The fact that Teclis doesn't have a lot of natural cash, you know, he's not starting on Lothern. But his start is a little rough. I'm gonna go ahead and get salvage crews. Oops.
Unbridled power.
I think we're actually going to go ahead and save cash. Oh, never mind. We can get cannons. So, let me see. I don't remember where the dig site is. It's not required for in the south. There's something harsh amongst the treasure of the mists. Marsh. I'm trying to remember if that's actually Pox Marsh or Blood Swamps.
Red Fleet
I don't think it actually matters.
I reject this.
I'm not sure if, I don't remember if you can do both or not. So let's just pretend that we, yeah, well, it might be money though.
Darkness
We do kind of need money. Yeah, there we go. We do need that.
Ocean's terror.
Okay, so that's going to be the important thing. And then because of that, we're going to need to go ahead and condense down. Actually, we can wait on that. I think we're actually going to wait on that. The reason for that is because mortars are pretty expensive to recruit. So we're just going to wait to upgrade. We don't need to upgrade right now. Basically, we want to be able to fight Harkon very soon. We need to be patient about fighting him. Doom Kings was fun. Turn 250 or something and killing Vampire Counts and Norskins. Doom Kings become a lot of fun post about turn 150 or so, as they've got a lot of Doomstack armies by that point. But that's the unenjoyable part to me, is that I hate the sitting around and doing nothing part of Doom Kings for the first, like, 60 turns or so. You always have to be super careful about what engagements you pick. Always have to be outnumbering your enemy 2-1 because on Legendary everything is 20% harder. So because of that, any kind of mirror match that you're fighting, you can't really tech up and beat the AI. You know, they're going to always be able to recruit better than you do. That's the one bad thing about Settra, is that he's stuck, like, grinding his dick against other Tomb Kings. Oh, cool. That actually is fantastic. Be at war with Vampire Coast. It's almost as if they knew. It's almost as if they knew. We can also get diplomatic relations with them. We can get both. We can get both.
As my power ascends, attend me. Noctilos.
Just seeing the road.
Through the shadows. Push to the river.
Do I want Bloody Boy still? Are doom stacks a real thing in campaign on higher difficulties? I mean, yeah, for both player and for AI. Problem is whether or not we're going to want them or not. A Doomstack is basically a 20 unit army that is designed to be able to beat anything that is put up against it. So it's going to be primarily tier 4, tier 5 units. One of my least favorite parts in turn-based games is how long AI turns can sometimes take. Civ Beyond Earth has low points. How is it in this game? Mortal Empire turn times are pretty brutal. Some of that is solved with an SSD. If you're looking for fast turn times, Vortex might be more your style. Vortex turn times here are usually pretty quick. The AI turn times take a long time if you don't fast forward and let the game kind of play itself out. Even that can sometimes take a little while. Yeah, it can be a pain in the ass sometimes. Trying to decide if I want Bloody Boys or if I want handguns here. Drop one of each. How about that? A little bit of bolt, Dexter. Okay, so we got mortars. Now it's going to be where Luther Harkon goes, because we need him to be out and about. Like this. That's true. I mean, if you have a second monitor, I mean, like, I don't mind the long turn times because that allows me to go pee, get some water, or talk to chat, or whatever. Pretty nice for that. So I don't mind too much myself. But I do know that that's a big complaint for a lot of people. And I can understand why. I get it. A lot of factions? Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Alt tap to Twitch while turn times are going on. Don't blame me there, man. Don't blame you there. Yeah, we want any last minute recruits. We want regular mobs. I think I kind of want regular mobs because the gunnery mobs are not that great. Handgunners are good, but regular gunnery mobs are not that great. Dual monitors, yep. Yes, sir. Drop them and go with a handgun. I like the setup a little bit better. Wee bit better.
Ends justify means.
Okay, so now we're gonna go ahead and declare on Luther. Bombers are actually pretty garbage.
Feel my wrath.
Actually, the last time that we did this, these gunnery mobs were all bombers. It was pretty funny. This is totally even armies. I mean, on paper, it's actually not too far. The thing is that mortars give us such a massive, massive upgrade. That's the main difference here. Mortars give us a massive upgrade. Yeah, realistically, no, it's not quite so much. But you have to remember, part of auto-resolve that is the thing is that you have to remember that it takes into account model count and ammunition, okay? So you have to remember that the game is computing for each of these models, 160 models and 22 shots per model, right? And then they have all these units of them. So, and then you're always guaranteed the armor-piercing damage no matter what. You're always guaranteed two damage per, no matter what. And that's not counting the actual armor and stuff like that. Yeah, bombers are pretty garbage. Just saw the new DLC. They're giving Lizardman a rework. If you're talking about the Rampage effect, it is. I don't really think Rampage was that bad, but people read about it, especially multiplayer. People just read and read and read about it. This is going to be a little close here. I prefer the auto gets tilted to the AI anyway, more incentive to battle.
Wipe them out.
I mean, you should want to battle, but the problem is that there are a lot of battles that that CA forces you to make anyway. Like, this is a good example of a battle you should fight no matter what, right? Meme OTD, Toby. This is kind of a battle that you would want to fight no matter what. However, there are other battles where you're greatly outnumbering the things that, you know, kind of shitty. Did change the, yeah, I did. Okay, good. This is kind of a rough map to be on, actually. I am not a good fan. Exactly, just the target. Exactly. Yeah, if you're autoing like that, the bombers are decent, but actual play bombers are pretty garbage. Hey, Zyra. There's actually a clip of me the last time I played Vampire Coast, where this battle, he instead have a ton of bombers. Pretty funny, actually. Problem is, if we deploy back like we probably should, that gives him an advantage. I think we're gonna spread out like this. And might push forward. Maybe. Actually, Bloody Boy needs to kind of sit back in the back. Unless we can get like a really good... I can move Warhammer to my SSD? Yeah, I would do that. That would be a really good idea. I guess we can always res the Bloody Boy if he dies. So it's like whatever, I guess, on him. Hey, Raven. We're going to use the depth guard. We just got to keep him out of sight. I'd go back. Their current formation, if you group them and then hold left alt, you can move them wherever you want. Left click. If you exclamation mark movement, that's the shorthand for it. I always get mad at people talking trash about Total War 2 because Mortal Empires is a trap. Are these people on Reddit? Because I've got a suggestion for you. Don't listen to people on Reddit. They don't know what they're talking about. Hey, Crownzers. See any reviews? Yeah, they're dumb. Don't listen to them. Man, I swear there was a unit here just like a few minutes ago. I don't know what happened to it, though. Yeah, seriously, I don't think many people play Vortex, honestly. They send your front line straight ahead and not attack all one new lock action group. Lock action group, and that'll cause them to all march ahead. These guys are gonna get spotted. Needs more organ guns? I agree, Kronzers. I'd love more organ guns right now. I'd get some organ guns. Can you hit me up with some organ guns? By chance? Just I'll pay on PayPal or something. Give me your PayPal and I'll hit you up. Yeah, I'm not shitting, like, don't get me wrong, I'm not shitting on Vortex. I used to shit on it more, but I've learned that Vortex has its place. Just like Mortal Empires, I feel, does have its place as well. But people are dumb if they're just going to be like, nope, it's a shitty game, don't do it. Vortex is so much longer? Shouldn't be. You got a lot shorter turn times, which is why it's not so bad. You guys walked into melee, and I don't know why. I guess you don't have the line of sight.
Gift them death!
Finlight Vortex, it ain't for everybody. It is not for everyone. Which is okay. But as I said it earlier at the onset, you want a good Vortex experience, play Vampire Coast. I think Vortex is good for a first campaign because it kind of gives you the ropes and gives you an idea of what you should be doing, rather than like Mortal Empires where it just kind of like throws you into the fire. It's like, okay, well, good luck now, fucker.
Harnessing the kills. I will move. That's macabre. Flight. Deathly swift.
This is not good because this bloaty boy is going to run straight into our handgunners. I need him to not do that, and I need him to fucking fuck off.
For the shadows.
Thank you for the 3 bits, Gronzers.
Swift as death wings.
Oh, this is going to hurt. You managed to hit my depth guard, you son of a bitch. Actually, you go move my depth guard over. Need to get them on this flank.
Painful strides. Deathly magic. Stalk. Attack.
From salt.
Herald, unleash. Destruction. Thunder. Time to die.
Oh, yeah.
Look at the follow, Lucas.
Oh, Nautilus. Orders. So be it. Massacre.
Always true. Yes, Captain.
This is not good terrain for our fight, but that's okay. We made it through without it. I mean, we're not really losing anything here that's vital. You're the 500 biddies, Gronzers. How you doing, man? I know I asked you that already, but I'm going to ask you it again because I missed what you said before. How do you constantly have the targeting and range indicators? Hold spacebar. Spacebar pops this shit up. And then I have it locked so that it's always showing. Not a mod, boys.
Their end.
Not a mod.
But not charge. Inevitable death. Harnessing the kills.
Mortars managed to still get a quite sizable number of kills. I wouldn't say it's amusing to say that it's that people think base game features are mods. I think it's actually kind of sad because like these things are in the game and CA doesn't really discuss them. Doesn't let people know that they exist. That's part of why I stream and part of why I try to teach people, because there's a lot of things in this game that make life a lot easier. But you just don't know because the game doesn't tell you. Hi, Toby. Like, what is overcasting? That's a fantastic example. Ooh. Down with 10% ward save. Why not?
Kill them. Raise them.
Yep, it happens.
Subjugation.
The sick one. It happens.
Death. My strength is unparalleled.
There's a Twitch clip for you. Thanks, Big Green Monster, if you're out there.
Count Noctilus reigns.
He's a nice guy. Okay, so we need as much ammunition going into this fight as possible. So, Black Powder Overload. I do wish I had Invocation, but we're going way too fast in this next battle for that to matter.
Death and destruction.
I really wanted... actually, where are we currently at? We are technically Vampire Coast. So this battle site is indeed what we are getting.
Trample on.
That's fine. Said you would talk about battle sites. Well, I can't really discuss battle sites until it kind of shows you more about it. Have any idea why Noctilus always has one stack even late game on high difficulties? Is that hard-coded? No, probably because they don't actually... Like, the AI doesn't really know how to do that shit. Oh, I moved incorrectly. Shit. Well, that is okay. That's okay, because we're going to move down here.
Footfalls of the dead.
Get in camp. I'll recruit another mortar.
Monster the River.
We're going to recruit another mortar. So actually, we don't need this guy anymore.
They were nothing.
Yeah, it's just a different... I think it's just a different way of the game understanding what's going on. That's all. We're not going to upgrade this until we take Awakening. They're going to recruit a Lord, I think, which is going to be a problem. If they recruit a Lord and upgrade shit. I did just watch the Overcast clip, but how do you know when a spell is going to be overcast? It'll have the 2 arrows that'll light up on it. So, for example, I will talk about it really quickly. So this little icon here is going to appear over this in the very bottom corner. If it's the regular version, it'll only have 1 blue arrow. Instead, if it's overcast, it'll have double blue, and then you'll also include this added area factor, whatever. This is specifically for Invocation, but you'll see this double blue arrow thing happening. The same is true as, like, let's say Wind of Death. This is increased damage, but the single doesn't have that. So that's how you know when you're going to get an overcast, is if you get this double blue indicator. No problem. How do you cast like that in combat? Double click it. Now, I want all of you who didn't know how to overcast to go play Vampire Counts or Vampire Coast. I have a hero that has like stupid amounts of minus percent miscast, so might as well, right? Well, it kind of depends because overcasting should be situational. You shouldn't always overcast simply because you can. Because some things that you can overcast don't actually matter if you overcast them. I'll give you a great example. I love Lore of Life, right? Lore of Life has a spell at the end called Dwellers Below. Dwellers Below can be overcast. When you overcast Dwellers Below's overcast only changes how much slow that is affecting them if they are stuck in that area. I'll actually show you really quick. So if you go down to Lore of Life, Dwellers Below, so you're going to have the single cast is going to be severe damage to combatants, and it automatically has a lower speed. But if you overcast it, you're spending 4 more wins to cause them to be minus 48% speed rather than increased damage or anything like that. So there's really not actually a reason to spend those 4 more wins unless you like really, really need to cast this in an area that they'll be moving in. But like, you want to put Dwellers in a place where they're not going to move anyway, right? It's the same thing for like Pit of Shades. You want to hit them in a spot where they're not going to move. But Pit of Shades is stationary and it increases the amount of damage that they take by a shit ton. Okay? So Pit of Shades overcasting, very good. Invocation of Nehek overcasting, very good. Other things like this, not so much. Like Dwellers upgraded, doesn't really matter too much. You're spending extra mana for no real reason. Net overcasting is really the only reason to overcast net. Or, I'm sorry, the only reason to cast net. You have to remember that back in Warhammer 1 and the early part of Warhammer 2, net used to have just for just 9 wins the effect of being able to do an AoE area net. Now it is only single target on the single cast. So net's effectiveness is greatly increased with the area effect. That's 18 wins though. You better make sure that whatever you're hitting them with better fucking obliterate them, or otherwise you'd just be better off spending 18 wins somewhere else. For 9 mana, a regular net with an area effect was OP as shit, and it was a great reason to use net. But ever since they added and made it so that it's overcast only, net has lost a lot of its effectiveness. Is it still a good spell? Yeah, but 18 wins for 20 seconds? Ugh. Signal net is still really good for Lord sniping, I guess. I don't know. Still not a huge fan myself. I'm gonna go fully stocked into this. Should have got 2 bloaty boys, I think.
Is not warranted.
Which 2 bloaty boys isn't a big deal.
No need to beg. Kill them! Raise them!
Yep, 2 bloaty boys. That's what I thought. Okay, so this is why we packed the mortars. The Awakening does have an enhanced garrison. This is the tier 2 garrison. So as you can see, they've got some nice shit. A couple units of Death Guard, Sirens, Polearms, some Shooty Boys, some Prometheans, things that are going to be really painful to kill. That's why we packed a ton of mortars, because mortars are fantastic in sieges.
Wipe them out! All of them!
This is kind of like turn 2 Drakenhof, but like turn 8 Drakenhof instead. For those of you who don't know what I mean, just wait till we get to Vampire Counts. Also, an important thing to note is that although Vampire Coast is technically VC, so is Vampire Counts, and so is technically Von Karstein. So when referring to Vampire Coast, it's better if you just refer to them as Vampirates or VP. And that's how they'll always be referred to in the stream. No problem, just Target. Anytime you need anything, man. That's the whole point of the educational things. Teachings in the what? There's a little meme and there's a little education.
I shall dominate.
How many wins we have? Yeah, it's not bad. Raining hate is always better? I don't know, man. Our guys are pretty fucking dope.
Powder wet.
Pretty okay with that too. Will we be a rat or lizard first? I will be a lizard first. I'll be a rat second. Sorry to those of you that are disappointed by those news. However, you probably should have seen that coming if you are familiar with the stream at all. I don't understand why wins are capped at 30 at a time. Because they needed to cap it at some point. Don't worry, stick around. I'll teach you a ton more. Another good one to watch, although Elich doesn't take a lot of time to teach anymore. Elich is also a very good example. He's also really good about talking about stuff, but he doesn't like talking about fundamentals. Because if he talked about fundamentals, he'd talk himself all day long. So I like to teach fundamentals, and then Elich is for like big boy strats. Elich is also a very good streamer. I owe him a lot, so I don't mind pimping out another streamer and be like, you should watch him too. Plus, we have pretty radically different schedules usually, so. All right, so we're doing a couple of things here. If you noticed, my Lord and the Necrofax are up front. This is only because I don't have another hero unit to put here. We want to put a single model entity like a Lord or a hero in front because towers are notoriously incredibly inaccurate. These guys are going to tank for us. The problem is that the Necrofax is a pretty big fucking target. So we might actually just switch in with the zombie deckhands. I might just try to blow up this tower first. We should have enough rounds to do it, but we'll see. Be careful with that, Requiem, because the Reddit does frown upon pimping out streams. They don't like self-promotion at all, which is kind of weird, actually, but they don't like self-promotion.
Yeah.
Give us a follow. Not self, you're right, but it might come off as self. So as you can see, the towers fired first, and they missed, like, horribly. Actually, we're going to go ahead and destroy the tower first. It comes off as self because I'm like, by the way, there's this one guy. You know what I'm saying? I think we can afford to fire a couple more rounds into it. It'll be okay. Noctilus can tank this just fine, but it's the rest that I'm worried about. If anything, DM him. Don't make a... If you posted it, that's kind of a problem. But DM him and just say, hey, yo. I don't have much of a presence on the Reddit, and I'd rather not lose it before I get it. You know what I'm saying? Not that I even really give a shit about the Reddit, but, you know, publicity is a good thing. Still waiting for Empire to get an overhaul. Aren't we all? Aren't we all? Yeah, it's taking too many shots. Gotta back it up. Come on, destroy the tower. This is the bad thing about mortars. Actually, I guess what we could do is we could just go ahead and shift everybody over.
Yes, sir.
That's what we're going to do. Yar.
Go!
Yeah, mortars are fantastic for sieges. Bonkers good. We're going to go ahead and continue shifting.
In death's service. Is that it?
Actually, we can go ahead and shift them up a little bit. Give the mortars a little bit more room. And now, we have our pick of the litter. So first things first is we're going to want to target Sirens and the Depth Guard. Question is, where are you, Depth Guard? There's one there. They may not want to come and party just yet. Probably won't get on Reddit very much simply because, like, they don't know what they're talking about usually. And I'd love to correct them, but there are a lot of keyboard warriors out there who, you know, are going to try to tell me about things that are not true. And I can prove to you that they are indeed true. The tower is actually kind of annoying because of all this. They block a lot of mortar shots. Yeah, there's a lot of circle jerking that goes on there too. There are a lot of right answers in Total War, which is okay, but it's not the same, man. Not the same. Do you think we'll see Skaven having 5 LLs? I think it's possible. I think it's very possible. Just like I think that it's possible that we'll get Malice Darkblade still as well. It's weird chatting on forums about Warhammer 2 because a lot of players will talk about balance and such, but yet play easy on normal. Yeah, and that's kind of the thing is that, like if you want to play on easy and normal, that's fine. Like, it's not a big deal. Don't take this conversation as don't play on easy or normal. Take it as don't try to tell me that, like, you don't need anti-large when killing dinosaurs. You know what I'm saying? Because on, like, easy or normal, you can kill, like, an ancient stag with infantry and with non-anti-large infantry, like, still easily. You know? That stag doesn't, like, do anything. But don't sit here and be like, oh man, stags are so easy to kill. It's just like blah, blah, blah. I'm like, no, actually, that's not true at all. Please don't talk about that. Like, basically, the harder the difficulty is, the more counters become important. You know, on lower difficulties, counters don't matter as much. You're just there to have fun. And that's okay. Don't worry about that. But at higher difficulties, you're going to need to start, you know, paying attention to counters a little bit more. And that's the part people don't pay attention to. The part where counters become very important. Yeah, play whatever difficulty you want to have fun. Like, I definitely agree with that. Especially because you paid $60 or $20 or $30 or whatever else. Am I dropping frames? I am dropping frames. And I don't know why. So, you should definitely play on whatever difficulty it is that you enjoy the most. Is it sketching? It stopped now. I do know we're supposed to get a couple storms towards the end of the night. So I probably won't be able to do a full stream tonight. You stream on the PC you play on? Yep. I'm looking to get an upgrade, actually. Because I thought that this PC was going to be able to handle this shit, but I'm actually in the market for upgrading a GPU. The processor's fine. The problem is the graphics are not fine. I wish I had a 2 PC setup, but that's just expensive, yo. And also, I don't really have a lot of room. Jimmy takes a ton of CPU. Yes, it does. Normally, it's not a big deal, but I've noticed lately that my graphics card has always been capped out, and that's not good. Yeah, let me message Cyberpower, and they'll be like, "Who are you again?" $500? Not for this game. For other shit, maybe, but this game's pretty fucking oppressive. Like my rig is fine for pretty much whatever I want it for, except for this. Oh, an additional rig for just the streaming part. The problem with that is I don't really have a whole lot of room. What's set up for an army? What army is best for mid and late game Tyrion? Are you fighting a ton of dark elves, or are you just talking just whatever? That's important only for the archers part. Yep, that's my problem right now, is I don't really have a whole lot of room. Give me 2 seconds to think about the high elf question. I want to still focus on this for a second, because we're getting close to running out of ammunition. Once we run out of ammunition, things will be in a problem. So we're using magic on the Sirens because the Sirens don't have very high health. So the little bit of magic damage that we're doing to them is actually a lot more than it appears to be. I do need to kill those depth guard. Just start conquering the rest of the Vortex map. Your general front line is going to be, so let's say Tyrion, right? Tyrion, and then whether or not you want to have a noble or a handmaiden. Either one is fine. But that's for the casualty replenishment. And then a mage of some kind. I would say Shadow or Life would be the best bets. Life is usually better. And then 5 to 6 sisters. And then I said a front line of Phoenix Guard, right? Phoenix Guard of like 5 or 6 units of Phoenix Guard, usually like 2 units of Sword Masters, and then let me think about this for a second. And then dragons to flavor. I usually run like 3 or 4 dragons because dragons are great and they're useful in pretty much every scenario. Like, when are you ever like, damn, I got too many dragons right now. What am I going to do with all these dragons? Your economy might say that, but actual battle is a little bit different. I still got 1 bloaty boy. We need to go ahead and blow open this door. How many archers? 5 or 6. You're shooting this, right? This door right here, yeah. Yeah, your economy is usually the only part of things that is like, ooh, yeah, I don't know about all this dragon business. Cheaped out on 3 archers and 3 sisters right now in the new army. Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. The sisters will do the heavy lifting against armored targets, and then the archers will be fine for the rest. Not a big deal. I'm gonna wait until these boys gets up on here. Sisters in Melee is deceptively good. Yeah, but I mean, you probably don't want Sisters in Melee. I mean, if you can avoid it.
Sea prey.
Where am I dropping frames?
Blood and salt.
Oh, yeah.
Painful strife. Deadly magic. Halt, Noctilus! To the shadows! Stop at nothing!
That could be. I guess it's gonna be raining soon.
Swift as death wings! The dead march!
This guy finish this? No, he didn't. No, he did not.
Halt, Noctilus!
Can't find my sisters on buildings. Sisters are part of the DLC. Hey, Hobble. Sisters are part of the Queen and the Crone DLC. Come on, kill the depth guard. Please stop shooting at him.
Swift.
Okay, at least the door's open. Okay, that should be enough to cause the sirens to crumble.
Night march!
Above deck.
It's a little odd for sure, but
Flight!
and the way the tower is designed for this coast, or for the vampires, it's so annoying for mortars. Mortars can't hit for shit because of this. It's so goofy too. It's so high up and it's so goofy. 21 looks kind of meh. I mean, first of all, I'm going to have early access to it anyway, I would think. So if he looks mad at you, I mean, just watch my stream. Say hi. Bye.
Deckhand.
Dick hands.
Covering ground. Bring the night.
From salt. Flesh.
Gotta be salivating? I mean, I am. That doesn't mean I'm gonna try to sell a man a product he doesn't think he's interested in. I think it's gonna be good,
Noctilus.
but I'm just a man.
I will move.
Who am I to tell him what to do?
Painful strides. To the shadows. Swift as death wings. Run.
Hi, Ursa.
Lizard and rat hype.
Agreed.
Halt, Noctilus.
Deckhand.
Dick hands. On a Trog, but the stream isn't dead yet. Yeah. You might still get a Trog.
On way.
Maybe tips for vortex spells? Use them in positions where you pretty much can't fuck it up. I know that sounds stupid, but that's what it is. Use them in ways that you can't fuck it up.
All aboard.
I think rats will be fine. In fact, I think rats are probably actually lucking out more about the whole thing than the. Oh fuck! I forgot about the mortar. How do we want to do this? They're not depth guard. They're zombie deckhands.
Gunnery mob.
I mean, to be honest, rats should be looking amazing because, in my mind,
Landslobber.
that's the unit they were missing the most with, like, Jezzails and Rattling Gunners. I think Jezzails are going to fill such a huge hole for rats. It's not even funny.
So be it. Death set. No mercy.
What made you not enjoy Krakar? No, come here, bitch. You ain't leaving. That's it.
That's macabre.
What made you not enjoy Krakar? Oh, here we go. Get him too. Get him too. Get him quickly.
We will succeed.
Get him quickly.
Covering ground.
Don't have to worry about him anymore. There we go.
I never give up. Let it begin. No mercy.
Deckhands. Landlubber.
It's about time. I mean, no offense. Like, I don't want to be like that guy, but at the same time, like, it's obnoxious to me that we had to wait as long as we did to get vampires or to get lizardmen.
Gunnery mob.
Hunt everything down.
Well, like I said, Furious, if you're willing to just be patient, like I'll have early access and show you shit. So, you know, maybe if you're not a big fan of the lizards, maybe you can enjoy the Skaven. Honestly, I think that the new Skaven units are going to be such a huge boon for Skaven comps in general. Jezzails are very much needed, I think. I think Jezzails are important to change the way the game plays. And that's true. We haven't seen who the free LC is yet either.
Me.
Oh, he's on a wall. What about that?
Take that.
It's gonna take you a year to cut through that, or what?
Undead.
I do not fail. Gift them death.
Yeah, salamanders as flankers are gonna be good. We're hoping to just cause them to master out here. I was thinking about that a little bit today, Ursa. I'm wondering if we can play mass Fargeist, or I'm sorry, mass Ripperdactyl, like Fargeist, one with like 4. Kind of curious about that actually. Fire damage is probably never going to really do much other than like Tomb Kings. Fire damage just is too niche. This doesn't, I mean, the fire damage never matters. That's the problem. There's always like, yay, fire damage. What else? What's new? Oculus on the wall now. He's losing now. Oh, did he blow up? Bloody boy probably blew up. Blued up. I just got Vampire Coast DLC and his Empire guy. I freaking love it. Yeah, well, that sounds about right. Are we really just having to capture this by the point? I understand this. We still have the majority of an army left, and like, you can't tell me that this lord is enough to keep this army from routing. Like, that makes 0 sense right now. Like, legit, I don't know why we even have to do this right now. Thanks, Legendary. Crap battle? Yeah, I know the Prometheans, but like, that's all it is. It's just Prometheans. Jesus. Took fucking long enough. All right. That sucks, but we didn't lose anything we can't replace. That's the important part. And we got ourselves another 10 slot. And we've got Vampire Coast on its knees.
Cowards, devour.
Just gotta be really careful about how you pull it off.
Claim these hovels.
Bye, Tiny Tim. Oh, Vampire Coast is gone. Yay, us. Go ahead and start upgrading the week.
Count Noctilus reigns. Darkness comes.
And now we just let our raised dead pop back up. And we work our way down to Blood Swamps, which I'm not sure if they... Nope, looks like it should be empty, actually. Remember that Slan Zupek is going to be where our new boy is at. Do remember that. All right. Let me explain the sentries in command for a minute. So, do you remember earlier when I was talking about the fleet offices and about how Count Noctilus really wants to be level 12 so you can get the +2 Lord recruitment rank? So here's how that works exactly. So, we want Fleet Secretary. And to do that, you need to be level 8 in order to be in it. You need to have a required loyalty of 5. Not a big deal, right? That ensures a +2 loyalty for all new recruits. Okay? There is a technology that gives +5 Lord recruit rank. Okay? That puts your lords at level 6. And you're like, oh shit. That means I still can't get the Fleet Secretary. I'd have to like run them around and level them up and stuff like that. Unless, of course, you're Count Noctilus. Count Noctilus, of course, has Master of the Dread Fleet, which gives an additional 2 Lord recruit rank, which means that he can, right off the bat, recruit a level 8 Lord, right? Okay. But you're saying to yourself, well, wait a minute. What about the required loyalty of 5? It's kind of scary in order to do that, right? That is, until you find out, this is the part I didn't know, that admirals do not have loyalty, because the CA knew that it would be bullshit if admirals could rebel against you because they're unique, right? They're unique, they're immortal, pretty sure they're immortal. And they're the only ones that build ships, like your legendary lord. So if they rebelled, that would be bullshit, right? And so, all we need to have is 2k leadership, or I'm sorry, 2k infamy, recruit a lord, which who cares, infamy doesn't really do anything for us, and have Noctilus be at to be level 12, and then we recruit a fleet secretary, and then every single turn we're going to recruit a new admiral, and that new admiral is almost guaranteed to have +2 loyalty, and almost guaranteed to be above the threshold that we need them. They'll be level 8, and they'll be at least 5 loyalty every single time. And then we can fill out this. So now we can get great shit like campaign movement range for everyone for free, essentially. Rate cost, recruitment, income from all buildings, all provinces, pirate growth rate, construction for all buildings, research rate, gunnery master, gunnery shit, so that we get bonus ammunition. All this stuff happens basically for free because we're Count Noctilus. You just got to maneuver the pieces in your favor. So hopefully we can finish, we can get to that point in the stream before I have to end, inevitably. The next thing I think we're going to go ahead and settle is Blood Swamps. Want that fuck your upkeep? But that's the thing though. You want to disband them. Having the loyalty not only ensures that, of course, you could put them in the admiral position in the first place, but they'll have high enough loyalty that you could disband them without fear of them becoming a rebel army. So you recruit a lord, put them in office, disband them. Recruit a lord, put them in office, disband them. You can't do that otherwise without the fleet secretary, because there's a very good chance that if you do that, they'll have low loyalty and they'll rebel anyway. You don't want that shit, right? Just for, cover, I always recruit them next to Count Noctilus just in case. They stay in office. Yes, they do. You can actually do that with High Elves too. I never talked about it during the High Elves stream, and I guess I probably should have. There is a skill point in the High Elf blue tree that has... I don't remember what it's called. But it increases the amount of trade resources that you produce faction-wide. And I think there's 3 points into it. And I think it's up to 9% or something like that, or 5% increased faction-wide. High Elves get a couple of technologies that allow them to eventually recruit up to level 5 lords. And so that is exactly enough points to put a single point in the blue line and then 3 points into the factional trade goods. And then you can literally just chain do that over and over and over again. So you would recruit a High Elf Lord, doesn't matter who, okay? Recruit a High Elf Lord, put a single point in the blue line, and then 3 in the goods manufactured faction-wide or whatever else. And then immediately disband them. Do that every turn. It stacks. They don't need to be on the campaign map for that to work. I should have talked about it during the High Elf campaign, and I didn't, and I feel bad about that.
Ocean's terror.
Yep. You know who taught me that shit? Elich.
Make them dead.
Make them dead.
Death and destruction.
Ever thought about that? Didn't know those effects worked off the map? Yep. Yes, they do. Pretty fucking neato, huh?
Will serve.
Master.
Well, as I said before, for those of you who are not sure about whether or not you want to buy the DLC, I should have early access to it. So, don't fret about whether or not, you should or shouldn't buy it. Because I'll be playing it, so I can show you. What? This mouth may lack unless and now close first. There's some really good fish. What's the difference between Harkon and Noctilus? Noctilus is an actual spellcaster, and Harkon isn't. Harkon is more generally favorable for just like the faction, whereas Noctilus specializes more into like being able to set up and sail wherever the fuck you want. I prefer Noctilus by a long shot. When I did play Harkon. I played Harkon during pre-release for the Vortex campaign, and I did not like him very much. There was never a time when I had Harkon where I was like, oh, fuck yeah, look at Harkon doing stuff. It was always like, yeah, Harkon's doing stuff, but like, it's alright. So, I've always preferred him. Have you run into Random Crash's desktop? Yes. Yes, I have. More often than I would like to admit. I found that this patch, it tends to happen around chaos. Whenever chaos is spawning. Oh yeah, I forgot about that dickweed. Maybe it's just the randomness of his stats for X amount of turns. I don't even think it was that. Just like there was never a time, like I said, where I was like, oh man, he's so good. I know a lot of people liked Harkon, but I was really hoping that Harkon was going to be like the Tyrion of Vampire Coast. And I never got that feeling. See you, Requiem. Can't fucking wait for Skaven Blight. I hear you, man. I hear you. Been waiting for Skaven Blight for a long time.
Dread fleet. Undead despoilers.
Yeah, I guess describing Luther as like the Tyrion of Vampire Coast doesn't really suit. But you kind of get what I mean, right?
Fear me. Here we entrench.
That is forbidden.
Attend me.
We'll get the deck hands in a little bit. He can't really recruit anymore.
I am denied.
No, we're not really struggling, I don't think. We do need to solve this problem. The rest of this is probably going to be going and taking Star Tower. Yeah, I've never been a big fan of ranged lords. I don't feel like they really do as much damage as they could do just with doing splash. So playing as Harkon, would you go inland? Yeah. I mean, playing as Noctilus, we're gonna go inland. I mean, essentially speaking, we're playing like Noctilus would. We just aren't actually Noctilus. I'm sorry, we're not Harkon. We're not actually Harkon. We're playing the same way Harkon would play, though, by taking the Awakening and starting to beat up, you know, High Elves and eventually Dark Elves, Skaven, all that good stuff. We're playing like that style is. We just aren't actually playing Harkon. Given the whole range DPS, not caster, why is so many peeps love Aleth, his faction buffs and abilities? I mean, it's pretty bullshit to be able to underway and ambush as Aleth and R. Pretty fucking bullshit. That's mainly why people love Aleth and R. High Elves are already a strong ass faction as it is in the first place, but giving them the ability to underway and to ambush makes them so much more stupid than they already are. And then you can eventually confederate Tyrion. So then you've got Tyrion armies that can now ambush and all that good stuff. All right, now let's talk about this for a moment, boys. I don't like Aleth and R in battle very much, but his factional bonuses are like OP as shit. So this is a campaign thing that pops up, I'm pretty sure, every game. It's a scripted event as far as I know. And it's every 10 turns or so. Or it's every, like, the first 10 turns or whatever. Tomb Kings also have the same thing where they have a free hero that pops up as well. In this, they give you a free hero because it's pretty hard to get heroes otherwise. You have a choice of either Gunnery Wight or Morngul Haunter. Okay. The Gunnery Wight is more geared towards the faction as a whole. They have the extra powder ability, which is huge for the playstyle of Vampire Coast, because they give a ton more ammunition to your very starved guns. Remember that when your guns remain above 20% or above 80%, they get a ton more damage that comes out of them. So the Gunnery Wight is key for that playstyle. And then you have a Morngul Haunter. Regular Morngul units are not particularly strong. Walks think to follow. Regular Morngul units are not very good, but the Morngul Haunter hero is actually really good. He's got a lot of good bonuses. He's got a lot of physical resist. He's got a lot of health. He's got good bonus against large. He gets bonus against infantry. He is large though, so he does get poked to death. For this playthrough, we are going to use a Gunnery Wight. The Gunnery Wight is central to the playstyle of them, and I think that you should definitely give the Gunnery Wight a try. to understand how the faction plays with its gunpowder focus, especially for the artillery. My personal preference is the Morngul Haunter. I like monstrous heroes. I like heroes that can hold their own. I like duelists. I like dudes who can just kind of go up there and just, show up and face tank and do all kinds of wonderful stuff. So I will miss the Morngul Haunter, but for playstyle, for teaching purposes, I am going to pick the Gunnery White this time. And I think that you should too, if nothing else, to just get a feel for the Gunnery White. Because the Gunnery White is going to be more of a mechanical mechanical option, whereas the Morngul Haunter, you can get the experience of having a big dick damage hero from any faction. So, it is going to be Gunnery White. Okay, and the important part about him is the fact that he has the extra powder mechanic. He has the more powder mechanic. This is very, very important. When we eventually are going to get the Queen Bess, we're going to top this thing off like crazy. I also want as many charges of it as possible. So we're going to end up getting powder keg and all that good stuff. Is there another free hero a little bit later? Or maybe at a lower level? Not usually, no. Sometimes you get them, but it's not always a guarantee when you'll get that hero.
Burn the coastlines.
Don't be a fool.
Might have a range. If hero just random event always? No. There should be a scripted event in the first 15 turns that gives you the free hero. TK get a free hero the first 5 turns or so.
Count Noctilus reigns. Push to the river.
No! I'm surrounded by fools!
Yep, that is the playstyle. Take the Awakening super early. I mean, it makes honestly a lot of sense for taking the Awakening. We have 100% Vampiric Corruption, so we don't have to worry about babysitting that. So our corruption is always going to be pretty decent. And furthermore, we start off with 3 ports, which is a lot of money early game. Fully pimped out, the Awakening makes 6k or something like that. I am going to go to the bathroom. I'll be right back. Okay, so Dark Raven. The priority for Noctilus, I feel, is to go to the Awakening. And the reason for that is that we need to eliminate Vampire Coast one way or another for both short and long campaign victory. Now, Noctilus does, like I said earlier, have the ability to go wherever he wants because he gets that free 100% movement range. So you could go to the desert if you really wanted to. I think that it's still, yeah, even the desert's still suitable for them to do stuff. So you could go to the desert, you could go to the coast of Stalia over here, you could go fuck up Hyles if you really wanted to. Whatever. But the reason that we go to the Awakening is that we have that 100% corruption, and we're also going to make a ton of money off of the ports. So it just kind of makes a lot of sense for us to just go ahead and do that now, rather than wait to kill him later. Yeah, the AI does usually send him over to Bretonnia, yeah. It's kind of a silly decision, but
This serves my cause.
usually they do, yeah. AI is also not known for being the brightest, you know.
Can be done.
Ready the Reaver. Footfalls of the dead. Boost these floating battlements.
There are people in here. Yes, Asterion, there are people in here. Welcome.
There is no limit to my power.
They changed Rampage. Yeah, finally multiplayer cried enough. Why isn't Star Tower part of the province? It's probably on Vortex. I think on Vortex it's part of the thing. Dumb pirates still fight you if you're in range, Raven. Dumb pirates will always try to fight you. Any tips on lower loading times? So I got a GTX 970. I just put stuff on medium. It takes a long time to load, or is that just the game takes a long time to load? Get a solid state drive. Solid state drive will make load times drop drastically. Where you going, lady? You don't want to fight? Yeah, the game is still pretty painful. That's why you just avoid the ocean as much as you possibly can. Yeah, the dwarf pirates will fuck you up, man. They are not fun.
As my power ascends.
New question. How do you see the campaign objectives? This button right here. And you just change. So these guys, my unit comp has been a bit of everything. What units are good and what's a good late game comp to aim for? Do you like artillery? If you like artillery, you're going to love these boys. Honestly, any amount of artillery and then armor-piercing hand gunners would be nice. So mortars are going to be good pretty much the whole game. I like to switch to a Queen Bess, drop one mortar for a Queen Bess, and then also pack 2 carrying aids later if possible. You can also, if you're doing less sieges, you can drop mortars. Mortars are amazing in sieges, which makes this a lot easier to do. But carrying aids are going to be good for fighting more generalized battles. So if you can fit carrying aids in, great. If you can't, then whoops. Then your leaking front line is either going to be like Depth Guard or Sirens, if you can increase their physical resistance by using like Berk Black or Solostra or something like that. You can also use the Promethean mobs if you want. Kind of up to you. I also include a wizard of some kind because, you know, wizards.
Burn the coastlines.
Got a wizard ready.
Flotilla of the damned. Obey the quartermaster.
Be interesting. Warhammer 3 hits. We'll see which faction can further has the most artillery, Vampire Coast or Chaos Dwarves. I mean, lots of things will be interesting, but yeah.
Night march.
Personally, I'm more interested in ogres myself. Any tips on fighting against Dark Elves? As who, kitten? How do you feel about Solostra? I personally don't mind her very much. I don't like ethereal units a ton myself, but that doesn't mean they're bad. It just means that I don't like them. You know, that doesn't mean that you can't use them. Solostra is one of the best in terms of being an ethereal unit, and she does do some really cheeky bullshit with having her ghost knights and her ghost paladin and shit like that. She's just kind of a little bit rougher because she starts out in the middle of nowhere, and she ends up needing to fight high elves at some point. So beating high elves as dark elves, or I'm sorry, beating dark elves as high elves, you need to outrange them generally. Sisters are really good for that. If you're fighting a lot of the bulk armies, if you're having trouble like mid game, get some bolt throwers with or Eagle Claw bolt throwers and use those to soften up the archers. Remember that Eagle Claw bolt throwers do not count as small arms fire, so they completely ignore shields. Shields do not matter to them at all. So use those Eagle Claw bolt throwers to soften up anything that has archers. Use your archers to beat their archers. And then from there, use your archers to kill all their armor-piercing damage, and pray to God your front line holds out long enough. But your archers, your range superiority as high elves, they're going to be key. You don't want to let dark elves get close ranged if possible. Yep. Scattershot's very good for that. Armor and melee attack seems good. Sadly, the high elf artillery suck. What? Hello?
No need to beg.
High elf artillery is actually pretty good. Compared to anyone else, don't compare them to anyone else. Compare them for themselves. They do one job, which is soften up infantry, and they do it really well. It's one unit, but it's a good unit. I haven't played a Total War game since First Storm, got Warhammer 2, and 3 Kingdoms pumped. Nice. Nice, dude. Welcome back.
Count Noctilus reigns.
Problem is, do we want to get involved with Zanzupek yet? I wanted to kill Teclis. Not what I wanted to do. I know that if we don't deal with this will be a problem. Can we actually piece them?
Ah, there you are. Let's barter.
How many turns is it been? 13? Maybe not quite yet.
Ready the
Let's ambush. Pretend we're not here. Oh, that's right. He has a boat on his back. He can't ambush. I forgot about that. All right. Well, let's plan on piecing them in a couple turns.
Stay in my wake.
Actually, we can go do this shipwreck really quick. We've got the army that can handle it. Actually, we need to stockpile money to get the captain's cabin. Yeah, let's go do the sea battle really quick. Peace out the other fella. I've not had them able to perform well enough to justify a spot in my stacks outside of a siege. How many are you using at one time? If you're using one Eagle Claw bolt thrower at a time, it's not going to be very good. Use 4. Use like 3 or 4, and you'll see a huge difference. You kind of suck in sieges? I don't agree with that. I don't agree with that because I think that use the bolt throwers to take out the towers, and then you can put them in the scatter shot rounds and just have them just shoot the shit out of them. Yeah, the treasures have been nerfed. Well, the treasures have been nerfed because they don't have like a... Like, you could just sail around and get a ton of cash. I'll build a siege cracker army. Use just like 3. Use 3 or 4. And you'll see a huge difference with them.
Ruthless.
Yeah, the treasures were imbalanced. They really were.
That is forbidden.
Death and destruction.
There's a storm right now? Oh, never mind then. They were imbalanced.
Burn the coastlines.
They're also giving you shit for free, which, you know.
Noctilus.
Yeah, the whole Lord cruising around and taking shit was a strat for a long time. Worked out amazingly, too. Especially for, Bretonia, because Bretonia doesn't have supply lines. They just sail around, like, forever. Just that one Lord doing nothing. Hi, Antidote. Pretty useful for Tomb Kings. Yeah, they were always nerfed for Tomb Kings, though. They were nerfed, like, right off the bat for Tomb Kings. In what situations do you get a fully underwater map? Those maps are cool. I'm pretty sure the only underwater map there was the quest battle at the end of Vortex for the Vampire Coast. Anyways, for the high elf artillery, I literally just used like 4 of them. Turn them onto the scatter shot, the infantry, the anti-infantry round. Don't use the anti-large. The anti-large bolt thrower part is garbage. Don't use that part. Use the anti-infantry AoE rounds.
Beg for your life, wretch.
Yeah, that sounds good to me. I think we're okay on reliability. I want to try to get techless. I don't really want to fight lizards just yet. We could fight lizards, but I don't really want to fight lizards. I don't have to. Although I guess fighting lizards at some point would probably be a good idea. Anti-large bolt thrower is absurdly good at killing other artillery pieces. That's the main use. Even that I found it kind of lackluster on. Anti-large I've never been pleased with. Even on shit that it should be killing, I never really had a ton of success with. Still,
Killer.
God damn it.
Damn.
Oh, let's go ahead and upgrade then. And he's gonna hopefully go find somebody else to screw with. Little World Calidor. Oh, we need to upgrade Galleon's Graveyard after this, because Galleon's is still tier 1. If Kalidor shows up, that's going to be a big problem. I wish a storm would go away, though. I guess it's not a big deal as long as we're in movement range, but now, before we were definitely in trouble. Don't want to take attrition, we don't have to. You confederate a faction, how can you recruit their legendary lord, or is there no way to do so? If they had a legendary lord and you confederated them, they should be in your lord recruitment pool, like wounded usually. Like if you recruited them, like let's say that you're playing as Tyrion and you go to confederate Alariel, and Alariel is just somehow not there for whatever reason. Alariel is usually wounded, and she should be in your lord pool. I'll show you here in a second. And she's probably just taking a couple of turns out, but she should be back. You shouldn't have to recruit them per se. They should be just ready to go once they get back from being wounded. You will technically have to recruit them there, but they'll have all the skill points and shit that they had when they were alive. Am I going to stream Three Kingdoms next month? Yes, I am.
Noctilus. Count Noctilus reigns. Darkness comes.
We're gonna go ahead and fight the foe. I love how it always says May, but there's like always a dude there. Totally balanced, by the way.
Loyalty is still loyalty.
Definitely balanced for sure.
I demand utter annihilation.
How did that happen, Curious Nature? In theory, I should have early access to Three Kingdoms. Before they pushed back the date, I had an email from them asking what lord I was going to play. And I had no answer for that because I was like, I don't know. I don't know who they are. Do you think our Nest Assault Spite is stronger or weaker than the other Vampire Coast Lords? Both. Reason I say both is because she is an amazing duelist and probably beats all the other lords in one-on-one combat. However, she is not undead and she is not a spellcaster. So once she starts taking damage, she's stuck with that damage. She ain't going anywhere with that. So she could be whittled down. She's a lot squishier over long-term combat. I don't like her as much because she's not a spellcaster. Being a spellcaster in a vampire faction to me is pretty important. Same for Luther Harkon. I know that he eventually becomes a spellcaster, but you know, that's a long, long time away. And I don't like that. Salamanders are going to be so good against fighting vampirates. I think salamanders are going to be good if they can replace Cold One Cav. Because I think that's the biggest issue with Cold One Cav. Actually, you know what? Cold One Cav and Horn Ones might not be too bad now if their rampage works differently. Might actually be able to use Horned Ones now. Thematically speaking, I understand why Horned Ones work the way that they did, but man, that made them so punishing to use. We didn't give out the DPS of Rattling Gunners. I don't think we actually saw any DPS of the Rattling Gunners, have we? It's on a unit card. Yeah, but we didn't actually see it in action. Because I'm pretty sure somebody on Reddit was like, holy shit, it has so much damage. But it could just be like one of those situations like Necrofaxes and stuff like that. Until we actually see how it plays, could be anything. Could be terrible, could be awesome. I do know that its range being as low as it is kind of shitty. I wish I could use Cav more effectively. No matter the unit, they feel squishy to me. A glass cannon and require a good bit of attention to keep them alive. Yeah, that is just kind of Cav. How many Bretonnia campaigns have you played? When I was trying to make myself better at the game, I played factions that, you know, played with specific flavors to force myself to get used to playing that flavor. Because I was afraid of using Cav for a long time, or using it, you know, more, until I forced myself to play more Bretonnia. Because to be successful in Bretonnia, you need Cav. Yeah, play more Bretonnia campaigns. That'll help you out a lot more. You use Morgul infantry? No. I use the hero, but not the infantry. No. The Morgul monstrous unit itself is garbage. The hero is very good, but the actual Morgul model is pretty bad. J is your friend if you feel like using that. It does work. It's not so bad. Sieges are probably the worst part for all Cav armies, but once you get used to it, it's not really that bad. I mean, when you're using full armies of Grail Knights and Grail Guardians, like, you won't even notice the fact that they're basically Cav and not infantry. The whole point of playing full Cav armies late game as Bretonnia is the fact that you're pretending that they are infantry. Just not.
Destruction!
Where did I get this? What is this?
Maelstrom!
Oh. Okay. You do. Do you know how to chivalry farm?
Above deck.
No mercy! Move your gun!
We serve.
So who are you playing? Are you playing as Luon, or are you playing as like the Fae or something? Right, the Valkyries. I always played. I either played. Shit, what is that? Either the Sabaton song for Winged Hussars, or that meme song about Do You Like My Car? I can't remember what the name of it is right now. It's not Step on the Gas. Or Gas, Gas, Gas. I mean, basically, when you play Bretonnia, just play this on loop. Just play that on loop, and you'll forget what game you were playing. Just randomly charge shit. Don't even pay attention to what you're charging. Just randomly charge shit constantly and play this song.
Oh,
For farming chivalry,
yeah.
I would honestly play as the Fae. Luon can have a better start, but if you want to get a jump start on chivalry, I'd play as the Fae. Grab Marienburg, turn 3 and destroy orcs. Next turn, quickly and disband the barrel. They find myself running back and forth to defend against Norska and others. That's the problem with Luon. You can actually take Marienburg turn 1.
Subjugation by death.
Are any of the air units worth it? For Bretonnia or what? Oh, you meant with turn 1? Okay. How do you feel about the Fae? Vampire Coast? I don't really like their flying units. They're okay. The Terrorgeist is alright, but the Terrorgeist really just doesn't do much when you could just be shooting it with ammunition instead. They're useful if you want to use them. I just don't like using them.
Skim away.
But that's a personal preference. Oops. Terrorgeists are fine, though, because Terrorgeists are still Terrorgeists. At the end of the day, Terrorgeists are still Terrorgeists. Actually, the Terrorgeist that they have is actually better than the one that one Vampire Counts get anymore. Which is really, really sad.
Flotilla of the damned.
Pegasus Knights are actually really good. They're squishy if you're not using them in mass. Use either Pegasus Knights or actually I use Hippogriffs.
Oh,
Hippogriffs are pretty goddamn tanky. They pretend to be Vargeist. The Vampire Coast because the Queen Bess and Depthguard are probably my favorite faction. Yeah, it tend to be a pretty favorite faction for a lot of people, actually. Vampire Coast is a very well-designed faction. I don't actually know who he's at war with. I should check on that. Might be able to backdoor him if he gets busy with somebody else. Go. Changes of command, so basically we're just waiting for him to hit level 12 at this point. Alright, now we can actually get some shit that actually matters. Get the Vampire Corruption, I think. For now. Yeah, the defense isn't bad. That would be good as well. Growth doesn't matter. Upkeep doesn't really matter. Most infantry is blech. Income from ports is good. Have you buffed out foot squares or battle pilgrims? If so, effective. Effective? Not really. It's possible. It does work. It's not great, though. It's not great. Realistically, the best way to go about it is still just going to be using knights to do it instead. What setting do you play on? Ultra. I need to get a new graphics card, so my settings are a little bit lower right now. Lower than your average bear. Oh yeah, who is he at war with? Just the Dread? At war with a lot of people. Jesus. Yeah, so maybe we don't have to worry about him.
Count Noctilus reigns.
I'm gonna grab that.
Quicker or perish.
Nope.
Ready to leave.
Problem is, going through the shawls is gonna suck. Yeah, but I mean, you're playing Bretonia. Why play with foot squires? Or you just play with knights instead? Yeah, actually, when it gets replaced, I'm actually a little bit more afraid of it, because then I'm afraid that Eats is going to get confederated way faster. And that is a very, very high likeliness. Probably needed to kill Vampire Coast Mutineers.
There you are.
Besides, that also involves playing Albric. Want a break from Total War? A lot of people have. I went on a break from Total War. It is not an uncommon thing. Hard to be interested in the game when there are long DLC droughts, which I get. And I'm not complaining right now. But, you know, it's hard to keep playing the game and remain the same type all over and over again. Eats is getting the free DLC lowered, though, almost certainly. I mean, I think so, but there is no guarantee about that. A lot of people have been pushing about Albion, which, I don't know. I think Albion is a really dumb idea. Yeah, it's been unfortunate, but they're right on time. As much as it pains me to say that, they are right on time.
I shall
Well,
help you out
they know that
before
Warhammer has been
death
very profitable
lends
for
you
them.
to my ranks.
Eats are greater than Albion. I agree. One is lore accurate. The other means we'll not have one more lord in Lustria. That's true. We don't have to deal with so many lords in Lustria, which, I mean, was honestly kind of the thing that I was always afraid of. I was always kind of against the idea of Vampire Coast because I felt that the area was going to get too crowded anyway. And here we are with a shit ton of lords in Lustria. And they're all on the coast. I guess here's the main issue with Lustria right now. Ooh. Let's take Gaston Punishment. Here's the main issue. It's not so much that there are a ton of lords in Lustria, it's the fact that they're all packed in this coastline. You know, you've got Dreadfleet here, you've got Vampire Coast here. You're gonna have Itza, or not Itza, Tiniwan here. You've got Teclis here. You've got Felhart here. You've got Skrulk here. They're all here, right? They're all here. Cut Lustria right down the middle like this, right? Not even quite down the middle. Just like cut it kind of down the middle, okay? They're all on this side. Everybody's on this side. There's nobody over here. That's the problem. If there was a lord here, there was a lord here, there was a lord over here, there was a lord here, there was a lord up here, there's a lord here, nobody would give a shit. It'd be fine. Because honestly, if you look at it, the same issue is kind of happening over here now, too. Because now you're going to have a lord here. We could potentially someday get a lord here. We have a lord here. We've got all of the Wood Elves up here. We got a lord here now. We've got all the lords down here. This is becoming a clusterfuck area as well. Oh, you've got Beastmen pop up here as well. And then you got all of Fuck Island Teclis. Or I'm sorry, all of Ulthuan. Lord here, Lord here. This whole area. Lord here, Lord here. That's the problem. They're all cramped onto the coast. And you can't really say, like, poor Teclis, because it doesn't really matter who you are. You're going to end up butchering them all anyway.
Death and destruction. As my power ascends. Through the shadows.
Oh, can we actually upgrade? Hell yeah. Let's get tier 4. Thanks, hey Rich. Is that a legit greenskin faction illustrator or just a filler? It's just a filler. No Lord Croak is Lord? Yeah, but he's a hero. You can still break the shit out of him as a hero. If Teclis is Bluebird back, man, that would be so nice. He really needs that Bluebird, really. That was a full stack of Lizardmen, by the way. It was a full stack of Lizardmen, and that was a 5 stack of Dark Elves. I want you to try that in campaign, see if that works. Just have your shitty little 5-man Black Ark at sea go fight a full stack of Lizardmen and see if that works out for you. Legitimately, for those of you who are like, what the fuck, Lord Croak isn't a lord, he's actually a hero. I talked about this a lot already. Lord Croak as a hero just means that we can break the shit out of him. If he's a lord, we have to balance him. And balancing Lord Croak is boring. But pimping him out and making him a hero means that we don't have to worry about how powerful he is. Because who cares?
Grow strongest at sea.
Do you know what buffs and improvements are coming to Bretonnia? Nope. I know everything that you guys know.
This serves my cause. Go, Reaver! I feel the maelstrom.
I will show everything off that I can when I get the DLC. And then we will all learn what Bretonnia is getting. Actually, that's kind of the thing that I'm disappointed about with High Elves, because they have cool phoenixes. But when do you ever use phoenixes? I mean, you could get a phoenix, or you could just get a dragon instead. Something that requires good micro and good managing, or you could just get a fucking dragon and throw it in wherever you want. They also nerfed Tyrion's Phoenix. He starts with one on Vortex. He doesn't start one on Mortal Empires. No, he doesn't have an eagle. No, does not have an eagle. Blue Phoenix is great for that, but that's the thing, though. When are you recruiting a Blue Phoenix when you just don't want to recruit a dragon instead? Bretonnia was not a major faction in Warhammer. Why, Demir? Why?
Burn the coastlines.
Gimme. Oh, really? joke on them.
The dark.
I mean,
Common.
does that stop you?
Navigate.
Anyway? They're not so bad. Stop it. Well, okay. About chariots. Let's pause for a minute. Who do you actually use chariots as? Like legit for a minute. Who do you actually use chariots with?
Will serve.
Norsca chariots? Why use Norscan chariots when you could just use champions and trolls and shit? Or not trolls, Vamir and shit. Like, at what point do you use chariots? Tomb King chariots at the start of Greenskins and other Tomb Kings. Okay? Tier 1 units. Tier 1
What do
chariots.
you want, Thrall?
Tier 1 chariots. Who else? Think of all the factions that have access to the chariots. Think about how many factions have access. Oh man, is it raining already? Hang on a second.
Bring ruin. This one's path has not yet been here.
Whoops, thank you. They're usable, but come on. Are you really using, like, come on. Are we really using them?
Raise anchor.
Why use them when you could use any number of other things? And yeah, I know. I got the muted thing. It's raining out at my place, so. And when it rains, the internet goes to shit.
Flotilla of the dark.
We might have to go back and kill these guys and start wiping out Shin Zupek, actually. Do you have any good ones? Oh, yeah. I don't really look. I didn't look at the stream too much simply because I prefer to look at that shit myself. The only purpose for chariots is to use them as a line breaker, but then most other units do the same job but better. Yep. That's the problem with chariots. I'm alright, JD. Is it weird I'm really hyped for AP Skinks? I don't know. Do you feel really weird for being hyped for AP Skinks? Why Lisbon don't have chariots with Stegonon or Bastillodon? Because they didn't have them on tabletop? Why would Lizardmen need them? How do you play TK without using chariots? You use the chariots early game. You don't use chariots later on. Is Doomwheel technically a chariot? Technically. No, actually, technically it's a war machine. Same with like tanks. Steam tanks are also war machines. New DLC for Skaven looks good. New DLC looks good in general.
Oh, yeah.
Actually, thank you for the follow, man. Just wondering because I suck with chariots. Oh, well, that I don't really know. I don't really know how you get around that. Take the idol? Oh, man. I think we're going to have to do that. Like, what do I worry about if they declare war on me? Who gives a fuck? Let's take that money. I think it's good for both of them. Favorite faction is Vampire counts with Vlad. Vlad from Karstein. I started playing High Elves for the first time and coming in an elite game. What's the best front line? Would you recommend having dragons in the army? I would always recommend having dragons in the army.
Counts not
Always.
Are we all shipshape and ready to party?
How many turns? 2 turns? That's cool. Front line is probably going to be Phoenix Guard.
Ends justify means.
Probably Phoenix Guard.
Shamble on.
Go ahead and upgrade Scallion's Graveyard. Also, this race didn't get any good. Extra mortar. Yeah, it's okay. We'll wait on that. Save a little money. No, do not use white lions. They're a trap. I used to think Sea Guard are replacing Spearmen, then I learned they actually replace archers. That's true. Although you could do both, really. Do both. At what point do you use Sea Guard? I use Sea Guard when I can afford them. But the thing is that for the longest time, if you're just using the Sea Guard to replace archers, you're paying a ton more money for something that you don't need. Archers, especially just regular ass archers, you don't even need archers with light armor. Archers with light armor, or just archers in general, are an incredibly good unit. But Sea Guard costs like 2 times as much as they do. And the only thing that you're really bringing to the table is the fact that they have spears if they get into melee, and silver shields. Silver shields are good. Silver shields are good. But you only really need that when you're going to be fighting other factions like Dark Elves. You're going to have a lot of problems there. The silver shields help in the mirror match. Unshielded Lothern Sea Guard is a huge waste. Huge waste. You get Lothern Sea Guard for the silver shield. And the fact that they can be melee troops if you need them to be. I feel like Sisters of Avalorn are superior compared to other archers. You would be correct. Sisters of Avalorn are probably like the 2nd or 3rd best overall archer in the game. The first being Weight Watchers, of course. But Sisters are unshielded, which means that they lose to Dark Shards with shields. Which is a problem. Don't forget that. They have less ammo, yeah, but they also murder everything. So.
Death and destruction.
Wood Elf archers, indeed. Well, yeah, but I mean, if you're dueling just the 2 of those units together,
Darkness
the High Elves will lose if they don't have shields.
Stragglers get buried. Monster the Reaver.
What about the magic cartridge you get from High Elves? That's the Sisters of Avalon. You find that you have to manually swap to melee to make the Sea Guard more effective than the opposite in the melee. Yes, you do need to swap them. Oh, hello. Calidor has paid Order of Lore Masters to fight me. Man, why you gotta be like that, Calidor? Why you gotta be like that, bruh? To be honest, every shielded variant is simply better than the unshielded versions. That's true, except you're also paying more for them. As long as you're okay with paying for them, then that's all that matters. Well, this is the kind of problem, because as soon as Teclis finishes recruiting, he's going to want to come to Blood Swamps, because it's unwalled. Even though he should be fighting the other Skaven that are sitting right there in the Fuming Serpent, he's not going to. He's going to come for us instead. Well, good thing we didn't declare war yet. They get the shield when firing arrows? Yes, they do. What about Shadow Walkers versus Dark Shards shields? Come on, man. Come on. All right, Teclis. You want to dance?
I refuse.
No, you're not going to refuse this dick. You ain't going to refuse now. You're going to learn today. Long dick of the law. I think we didn't go to war.
Pestilence all powerful, but more slaves need.
It's kind of odd. I hope that they fix this. I'm pretty sure that it's currently broken. I'm pretty sure what's his face dies every time. In a 101, do sisters beat Seaguard? Seaguard with shields? No. Seaguard with shields. You have to remember that silver shields deflect 55% of all shit getting shot at them. All small arms fire is deflected by 55%. That's why silver shields is so important. Especially in the matchup against High Elves and Dark Elves. You get in the range of melee. Alright, I think he was talking about bows. Yes, in melee, the sisters will fuck up Seaguard. But then again, Seaguard are not particularly good in melee. Does that cover the DPS difference? Well, I mean, if you think about it, you're preventing essentially 55% of the damage coming at you, and the other person is preventing 0 or basically 0%. I mean, they have some armor, which is going to affect some of it, but not enough. And so just by sheer numbers, preventing that 55% of the damage means that you're going to eventually overcome their damage. DPS might not be there, but they're also losing models, whereas the Seaguard are not. I forgot I can't ambush. Well, you could use a Lord if I really wanted to.
Bridal power. Good fools of the dead.
No. Unlikely.
Figure out how to bait Teclis out. I've done that battle before where Teclis is stacked up in there. We can win, but it's rough. It's really rough. Hey, Skifu.
I will profit from your stupidity.
Non-aggression? Nah. T-guard and walls are so annoying. Yeah, they are. I've actually had somebody tell me multiple times, or I guess tell people multiple times, that high elves have a weak garrison. And I'm just like, we're playing the same game, right? Like we are. Like, we're both playing the same. We both boot up Warhammer 2, right? And you're not like a weird modded copy alpha version, right? Yeah, it was a pretty silly argument. It wasn't even about the Reavers. It was about the fact that they had so many archers. And I'm like, that's the best part of the garrison. They have archers. Even if the settlement doesn't have walls, you can still corner camp with them. Hi, Logan. I hear our nation's educators are sorely underpaid, so take pities. Thanks, man. I appreciate that. Fun fact, the housing market happened and I didn't become a teacher. No. Back it up. We're talking about garrisons with the extra garrison added in there. We're not talking about like just the garrison of high elves. We're talking about the extra building as well. We're not using any mods. No, not using any mods.
That's macabre.
During a Warhammer break, have you tried Outward or Pathfinder Kingmaker? I never played Pathfinder, but I did play Outward. Not a big fan of Outward. Legendary campaign? Always legendary, man. Always legendary. Always. Always. Even the high elf minor garrisons with walls are still a decent garrison. No, they're not going to go ahead and stop chaos, you know, a full fucking chaos, but it's okay. Wind and Mortar stop being useful. That's the lovely part about Vampire Coast. They really never lose their usefulness. They're pretty much always good. For Empire, that changes, but Empire Coast, not so much. Outward looks like an expensive early access game. No, I don't. I think Outward could use a couple of tweaks, but what Outward planned on doing in the first place, like Outward planned on being a difficult game. Like, it's not like Outward was... Like, Outward's difficulty doesn't come from the fact that it's unfinished. It came from the fact that they purposely left things out. Like fast traveling and shit like that. I wouldn't even call it early access. Not quite, Requiem. Point of settlement, garrison, and walls to stop the enemy for a few turns, not outright defeat him. That's the thing, though, is that high elves can still do that for the most part. Even against higher tiered armies, they can still do it because high elves have such good quality and pretty good garrisons. Fighting is very janky. That's part of why I didn't like it. This is always a legendary campaign.
Flotilla of
Yes,
the
this is legendary.
undead despoilers.
Impossible. I refuse.
I am waiting.
We can't ambush here. And that's a problem. I need to bait tech this out.
Count Noctilus reigns.
I also need to see what his army is.
Ready the Reaver. Night March.
I wonder if we can bait Teclis here and then retreat.
Never.
Yeah, we could. Oh, put ourselves in encampment.
Death and destruction.
Damn. I guess we're saving money then.
As extensive as the limbs.
You're gonna need to go ahead and get this at some point. We're not on Fuming Serpent, are we? Oh, shit, we are. Gotta carry an aid. Don't see a need for it right now, though. If he had depth guard, then we'd do it for sure. I would just see if he takes the bait and comes and fights me. My plan is to get him to walk that full distance, make me retreat, and then come and fight him. Try to wound young Dab. Fuck you. Hello? Okay, okay, Teclis, okay. The only campaign you'll ever really miss walls on is Norska. Can't kill young Dab, man. Can't kill young Dab. Yeah, that's my gunnery white. My gunnery white is young Dab. I think the main part, honestly, I'm glad that Bretonnia is getting garrison updates. Honestly, the garrisons for Bretonnia wouldn't even necessarily be so bad if they would just give their men-at-arms and shit shields. Like, why do they not get shields ever? Why did they not get shields? That's the silliest shit ever. It's a pretty simple change to make. And it's not even that bad. Like, it's not even like, holy shit, Bretonnians got shields? Ooh.
And all powerful.
Would it be a pretty simple change to make? I think we need to get me an vacation. I want Held Together by Screws, but I'm afraid.
A tolerable shipmate.
I'm afraid.
As my power ascends.
So, dude.
Half-wit.
You know what, Buffs? Will you still take Empire to Brit early? I don't know. That's the problem. I'm actually kind of afraid to answer that question. I have a feeling I don't like this terrain. That's a lot of archers, by the way.
Kill or be destroyed.
I kind of wish I had
minions.
Cav for this. But we don't get Cav, so fuck us! Are you playing as Kitten? You're playing as Teclis again? Crabs are cat people? Yeah, but I don't have them, so. Ooh, yeah. Losing that as Teclis feels bad, man. Feels bad, man. No, it's not horrible, but it's also not amazing either. We're still going to be in pretty considerable danger.
Kill us.
I'm in danger.
Uther.
I think we can do it as long as we focus fire each of the archers. They're capped at how many winds of magic you have. Technically, no.
I smell thee.
Oh, yeah, I forgot about the bolt thrower. I actually am not sure what I'm going to do about that bolt thrower. I guess just break him. You're shooting the don't fucking shoot the don't do that to the Green Eagle, okay? That is a horrible decision. Any chance you have E8? I don't have official confirmation of that, but I would think so, yes.
Count Noctilus.
Yeah, go ahead and line up in a line like that for me. Thanks. Appreciate that. Thank you. Give me a second, boys. I'm not gonna be able to answer questions for a little bit. Oh god, oh god, oh god, oh god, oh god, oh god, oh god. Okay, I thought we were gonna be able to bait them out for a little while longer about that, but nope, nope, I'm wrong. I'm wrong. Get out. Get out. Get out. Get out. Get out. Of course. Why would you not? Yeah, you go ahead and target them. Yeah, good idea. Thanks. Thanks. Never mind. There's a little monk ass going on right now. Yeah, there's a little bit of monk ass going on right now. Nope, hold space bar. Sword masters are kind of scary. Look at this. They're so eager. They're so eager, man. Not good. We can't hit the sword masters to Hey, Victor's in our grasp. Nice, dude. Oh, here we go. Woo! That hurt. That hurt a lot. That hurt a lot. Make that easier for next time. Fuck you, bitch. Make sure the sword masters die. Okay. Are the numbers and triangles? Okay, so no, hold spacebar. We hold spacebar, that brings that up. No mods. This is completely vanilla. Can depth guards sneak through? No, I don't think so. It's basically as soon as they showed their face, all the archers anywhere close to them would have just turned around and started shooting them. Way too risky. might not actually resurrect anything. Yeah, Jesus, fuck. That was bad. One more. One more.
Oh,
Give me the
yeah.
follow. Nice, Requiem. That's a lot of archers, man. That is an obscene amount of archers. That is obscene. But the good news is that we're Vampire Coast. We could just raise dead after this. So who gives a fuck?
Cowards, devour all. You shall be doomed to serve. Stragglers get buried.
Where are you going, pretty girl? Come on with that ass, baby girl.
Noctilus reigns.
He's dead. Do we want a new front line? Yeah, we're okay.
Burn the coastlines.
I think we're still okay.
Oh, yeah.
Exciting for new Lizardman? Yes. Congrats, is that like a different account or something? I love how
Gifts of plunder
Balance of Power is still like,
bring
nah, bruh.
vengeance.
No. Nah.
I demand utter annihilation.
OP with an ROR of Bloody Boy with Stockbee? Not very, because he still has a 10-turn cooldown. I mean, technically, the archers do have way more ammunition. Technically.
We serve.
You worked well last time distracting them, so I guess we'll do it again. Shit. Let's just pretend you don't exist, huh? Just pretend you don't exist. Don't shoot through the trees, dipshit.
Count Noctilus.
Damn it, I walked into it. Oh shit, they're all there. They're actually shooting him. You know what? I'm actually okay with that. Let that happen.
Herald, unleashed.
They're using magic.
Come on, come on. There we go. Orders are coming in now. Nice! Will I give Torchlight Frontiers a chance? I mean, I don't know. Maybe? Doubtful. Once you get one that you like, why go to another one? I'm not even sure Chaos Bane's going to be any good. And it's got a Warhammer skin on it.
Plan acknowledged. How Noctilus.
The winds rise against us. Corpse crew.
I smell thee.
Oh, the eagle's gone. Nice. Yui basically Diablo. If Diablo was actually good, yes.
Storm them.
I said it right. If it was good.
Naval assault.
Yeah, see, here's what would have happened last time if we'd snuck through the cheese. Same thing.
Mortals away. Your orders? Slaughter! What? Agreed.
I just got to punch Teclis in the face a couple of times and this will be over. Yep, there we go. One mortar shell, and he's like, "Nah, never mind. I'm good. I'm
Night march. Fear us.
The only difference between Empire and Vampire Coast mortars is reduced accuracy for Vampire Coast. Pretty sure, yeah. And Vampire Coast mortars come a tier earlier, which is a pretty big deal, actually. Well, the leagues in PoE actually changed. Diablo, it's always the same shit. There's the big difference. Leagues are in PoE if Diablo actually released patches. Having them tier 2 is bonkers good. Is that a different account? Congrats, or like were you locked out or something? If you don't mind my asking. Honestly, if mortars were tier 2 for Empire, that would like revolutionize Empire. Being able to get access to mortars way earlier would make them so much better.
Through infamy, you shall be doomed to serve.
Bye, Teclis.
Move.
It was nice knowing you. Oof. Thanks, dude. Hey, help Discord. Well, the floor of the world is exquisite and endangered beauty. It's always been the fauna of the greatest threat. I don't
Count
know what that
Noctilus
means at all.
reigns.
We're gonna go get invocation.
In my own time. Boost these floating battlements.
Yikes. Sorry, dude. Second, okay. We don't need to replace them. We're fine without. Gonna upgrade blood swamps first, I think. Or we can go Horror Booty. Let's go Horror Booty first. We'll make that money back very shortly.
Impossible.
Yeah, but at some point that'll probably turn off. I mean, I'm not worried about the subs, dude. Don't worry about that shit. But I know having a Reddit or having a Twitch account locked out is pretty shitty. 'Cause then you have to resub to everybody that you were sub to. Lock army? Well, whatever. He's gonna sail around. I'm sure Twitch will do something. They just take forever to actually answer. Honestly, I think their department is way overbogged because they didn't actually have a lot of support teams. You're only subbed to me? Wait, what? Yeah, you're subbed to Ella. That's what I thought. Like I said, I ain't worried about the sub. I'm worried about you, man. I love how Katrina is just permanently raiding Slan Zupek, and they're not doing anything about it. It's like, whatever. They're only taking like 200 gold a turn. Chump change. Nice. What is that? Holy shit. Okay. Back home? We should still have the movement range, I
As
think.
my power ascends.
We still get the Fuming Serpent. That's the important part here. Want to kill the Lord? Yeah. We'll kill the Lord in the battle.
Slaughter the lamb.
Slaughter the lamb. Okay, dude.
It use well.
What is this balance of power? Where exactly the new faction could be in Southern Lustria? Well, are you talking about Vortex or Mortal Empires? Because Mortal Empires, they get claws in Skavenblight. Otherwise, Tidiwan is in Lustria, and he is at Slan Zupek, right next to Vampire Coast. He's the blue lizardman.
Always crew.
Yeah, we knew that at some point we were going to get somebody in Skavenblight because they leaked it accidentally a long ass time ago. We just didn't know who was going in Skavenblight.
I shall dominate.
But we knew eventually Skavenblight was going to get a lord. We don't know about Hell Pit though. That's never been actually discussed. Really, I've never seen them take Skavenblight so quickly. Usually it's Arnessa for me. Maybe a Red Ogre LO? I kind of doubt. Yeah. Nah, I don't think we're gonna get a red over yellow. There's so many good choices for other ones. Dick hands. Oh, it gets a Doom Wheel. That's gonna be Ica Claw. I play Bretonia. I plan on playing Bretonia third, assuming nothing weird happens. By the way, whoever was asking earlier about overcasting, if you still don't know what overcasting is, so this is the single cast, this is the overcast. That has the extended range. No, I'll play the I'll play Ica Claw. I actually think Ica Claw could be really cool. I might play the Free LC Lord, depending on him or Tennywan. Honestly, whoever the first lizard is going to depend entirely upon who the Free LC Lord is. If Free LC Lord is good, then cool. If it's a Free LC Lord, it'll be the Lizardman. Lizards and rats are going to be DLC, yeah. We'll do either Tennywan or the Free LC Lord first. It just depends on who it is and how interesting they are. So the Free LC Lord is Malice Darkblade. The issue with that is that somebody brought it up to me that Grace did confirm that it actually is a lizard. I didn't see the clip, but if you go search through Grace's comments, you can see that she said it. So we do have confirmation that the Free LC Lord is going to be a lizard, of which I can say it's about fucking time. Jesus. Maybe. There's a number of Free LC choices here.
They were nothing.
It should be a lizard, but that don't mean shit.
We will not be held.
Count Noctilus reigns.
Do Lizardmen have a Dino Lord? Krokdar? Question mark? I'm not really exactly sure what you mean by do they have a Dino Lord?
A tolerable shipmate.
Yeah, Wood Elves having two is kind of shitty. Although I'm not really sure how I'm not really sure how Wood Elves would have worked in the current setup. You know what I'm saying? But our Cockscore Lord, that's the thought that Nakai is going to go up in Albion. I honestly want Gorok and Itza or something. Itza, or actually these guys down here, these Lizardmen. I'd be totally down with that shit. What else in the desert? I mean, that only happened in Warhammer 2. So... Alariel should be a Wood Elf Lord? No, Alariel should not. Ariel should be a Wood Elf Lord, but Alariel should be a High Elf Lord. What is this supposed to be? What? I have no idea what that's supposed to be. I have no idea what that means either. Did put the lizard in Albion? That's kind of the question of whether or not we're going to get Nakai the Wanderer in Albion or not. As VC, is it better to make cities or make coves? Early. Better take cities. Cities and territory is way better. Is the win condition for Vampire Coast the same as everyone else? Get 8 capitals and kill some factions. Yeah, kind of. There are a few differences, but those differences aren't great. It's like build a couple specific settlements. Kinda it. Well, let's face it, that's what most factions is. Yeah, the lizard, if we had a lizard in Albion, I don't see why they wouldn't have chaos or chaos waste and frozen as suitable climates. But the problem is that if you put a lizard up there, like, playing as a lizard probably wouldn't be terrible, but playing as Norsca would be fucking garbage. Albion is on the Norscan coast. But everybody always gets their fucking boners all up about Albion, but the reality is that Albion doesn't really offer much. It could be like the same scenario that we've kind of had with Vampire Coast, where they just decide to like cram some weird shit in there that doesn't make any fucking sense.
Your prestige grows, my lord.
But
news of your conquests
shut up
spread.
now. Albion is this island right here. This was added to the Vampire Coast, or this is added with the Vampire Coast patch. Yeah, but I mean, what can you do with this shit? Put a lord here, right? But there are people who are like calling for a full-fledged faction, and it's like, whoa, 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 guys. Whoa, 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 whoa. Vampire Coast works because of how big the ocean is, and because they basically work as a horde faction. And even in Vampire Coast is a little too comfy, you know what I'm saying?
Red Fleet, command.
Impossible. Impossible.
Noctimus.
This is still going to be a pain in the ass, actually.
Darkness comes. Bring them death. Boost these floating battlements.
Get that too for the siege. I don't know why elves always scream as much as they do. Albion, Giselles, and Chaos Dwarfs. Yeah, and like, we're not even really positive we're going to end up getting Chaos Dwarfs as a base faction anyway. We only know for sure that it's going to be like ogres and chaos demons of some capacity. Does they ever attack Nautilus main capital? It can, yes. It is kind of risky. Luckily, it has a decent garrison, but it is kind of risky. I'm hoping to draw out the army here, so we don't have to fight it with the siege. Honestly, I'd prefer if we got Southern Realms / Dogs of War before having anything related with Albion or maybe Amazons. Araby. Araby. That's what I want, baby. Attack me. Yeah, you fucks are dumb. What difficulty? Legendary artillery. Always legendary. I am looking really forward to Ogres, man. Ogres are gonna be so fucking legit. This is, of course, a tutorial to Vampire Coast as well. So if you guys got any questions, feel free to ask. Dogs of War seems like a terrible faction to put in. I don't think it's a terrible faction to put in. I just don't think we have the time. Like, now is not the time to put them in. Do I think they should probably be in the game? Yeah, sure. But you have to remember that Dogs of War don't exist on the Warhammer map, on the Warhammer 2 Vortex map. You got to remember, guys, whatever faction that we get, if we get a faction, by the way, because we don't actually even know if that's the case. We do know there's going to be at least one more DLC for Warhammer 2, but that DLC will probably be the pre-order bonus for Warhammer 3. You have to remember, whatever faction that is has to be on the Vortex map for Warhammer 2, because it's a DLC for Warhammer 2, right? It's the same like Norska. Remember Norska? Norska was a DLC for Warhammer 1 that appears on the Warhammer 2 map, but only on Mortal Empires. But it was the pre-order bonus for Warhammer 2. Okay? So, whatever faction we get, if it is indeed a faction, has to be on the Vortex map as well. Okay? So, because of that, it is highly unlikely to be Dogs of War, unless they made Dogs of War an entirely Horde faction. Which they could do, but it's a little weird. We got a data leak for the upcoming DLC back in Warhammer 1. Chaos Doors were in that list. CA confirmed it, but it was outdated. The order of release for the DLCs would change. Okay, but that doesn't mean that Chaos Doors are going to be a base faction. I didn't say Chaos Doors weren't going to be in the game. I said that they may not be a base Warhammer 3 faction. I think CA should do Cathay. Not only do they occupy the land that any sort of civilization exists, but it also make a game popular in the Chinese market, which is a huge market. I agree. I think Cathay and Nippon and End would be really cool. I remember when Norska was the best DLC Total War had. Now look at the DLCs. They look so much better. I mean, Norska aged very poorly between Warhammer 1 and Warhammer 2. I want better terrain for this. Oh, that's kind of alright. Looking forward to the Norska and Greenskin patch. I don't even know if Norska is going to get a patch, to be honest. Sure, it'd be nice, but no guarantee about that. They could reuse assets for Three Kingdoms? Yes, they could. That's why I think they'll do it. Because it's the big brain move on their part to do so.
Yes, master. Yes.
Hey, Spark Crouch. Plus, like, I mean, Chinese mythology could be really fucking cool. Oh, hi, CJ. And I haven't seen you in days, and that's the first thing you talk about is gunnery mobs? What about the fact that I was right about Croak? What? No, you're not going to talk about that? Oh, okay. Rukek.
Captain! Attack!
Gunnery mobs are fun, but dick hands are more fun.
Charge! As they die! Count Noctilus! Terror! Unleash!
Pandex! Overboard!
Lusty!
Is this game PvP? It can be.
At once!
I don't think you want it to be, but it can be.
Deadly magic!
Bones and flesh!
Looks crazy. Boy, you were coming in at the right time because I am doing an educational series on each of the factions in Warhammer 2. What better place could you be in? On Legendary 2 to prove that even on normal you could do this shit. Okay, who are we losing to here? Oh, fucking eagle? Why didn't anybody tell me there was an eagle? Hey, Tim.
Aztec!
Good night, congrats.
Up it! For blood! Count Noctilus!
I feel like we're not actually doing that much damage with these mortars, and I don't know why. Did this perfectly fine before. Just got this game on Humble Bundle, pretty excited. Boy, you two are in the right place at the right time.
Everything done!
I'm a little bit worried about what's happening here.
Empower me!
Okay, these guys have survived for way too long. I don't know why. Give it the follow.
Covering ground! Harnessing the kills! Let me shoot him! Count Noctilus! Annihilation!
Did we not catch them? Oh no, we got them. Okay, cool.
Death charge!
To west!
Okay, can we like? Yeah, they're dying finally. Finally. These archers are staying up for way longer than they should, and I don't know why.
Oh, yeah.
Maelstrom! Empower me!
Never mind. I like it where you're at.
Terror! Unleash!
This is supposed to be cleaner than fighting them in the walls, and I'm not really sure why it's not.
Maelstrom, empower me!
This flank collapsing is not good.
On way.
Halt, Noctilus! Herald, my liege!
Blood and salt.
Inevitable death! Maelstrom, empower me! Agreed!
I don't know how this somehow went worse than fighting Teclis. Even though this is literally like the same comp that fought Teclis. I'm sorry, literally the same units. There we go. Only took 1,000 years. Jesus. I can't heal him. I can stop him from routing. That's good.
Halt, Noctilus!
Yeah, that hurt. Good thing we have Raised Dead. Okay. It is on dirt cheap on Humble Bundle. You are correct. The Necrofax is not named, no. Oh shit, hug. I've not shown this off yet in these tutorial streams. The Vampire Group Hug. Boy who lives? Sure. The boy who lived? Sure. Whatever you say, Ned. Gunnery White is named, though, Ned. Yeah, we're not going to get that. Nice. Thank God we're dead, because we just kind of keep absorbing these losses. Star Tower's garrison kind of sucks, but we killed most of it there, which is good. They're not going to heal as much, but we do still have Raised Dead, so kind of okay. And they didn't block us this time, so we should be able to pop over to Shining Serpent or to Fuming Serpent, grab the Raised Dead, and pop back over. Actually, may not. Calidor, how do you know Astalia? Just curious, how do you know them? It was Scorched Earth. Oh, I don't remember this one. When did this pop up?
serves my cause. Kill them! Raise them!
Jesus Christ. I know we're weak. I mean, I know. But, like, come on, guys. Come on.
Wipe them out! All of them!
Stallions sure do get around when they're not actually getting obliterated by beastmen. Yeah. Gotta watch out for those white lines. The infamous Total War strength meter. Yep. Yes, it is. For those of you new to the stream, bought this on Humble Bundle, any of that good shit. I've already done a tutorial on how to start Warhammer 2 with the High Elves. We did Dark Elves yesterday, and we're just going down the line. I'm saving Lizardmen and Skaven until after the DLC, because no, they might actually drastically change, or not. Whatever.
See prey. Bones and flesh.
You'll be able to just kill them right here. You send pirate heroes out to set up coves to look for booty? No, because it's really expensive. The only second game faction is going through all of them. I'm going through all of them. This is Mortal Empire, so all of them are available. Doing a tutorial on Greenskins Speak Grimcore? I'm actually not sure. Because ultimately, I think that Wurzag is a much better start. Because he actually plays like a real lord, and having magic, like having Big Wa, is so critical for him. For just Greenskins in general. Big Wa is so good. I will not be doing it with the Skarsnik. But if you want to donate $2,000 to get me to play Skarsnik Requiem, then anytime, man. Anytime. Look forward to Chaos. I can tell you right now how to start off with Chaos. Start as Sigvald. Move a little bit down towards the coast. Disband the Marauder building. And instead build the Chaos Warrior building. I know, right, Bunnet? I mean, I'm just saying, you know, you want Skarsnik.
Yeah.
You want Skarsnik. I mean, there is a low price. Ruby, I thought your homepage was bigbeautifulwomen.com. Was I incorrect in believing that? It's actually just a highlight reel of Ron Jeremy. Oh, that worked on. I was trying, man. No, that's not a .com CJ. That's just how he lives his life. That's a lifestyle decision.
Let it begin!
It is. I mean, it is easy to mistake. I don't blame you for mistaking it. I don't blame you at all.
Deathly swift!
I haven't used it to increase the ammo. No, because I mean, we're not going to need to. We're not really doing any damage anymore anyway because these guys are basically dead. Mortars can fire all they want, but they're not actually going to hit them very much.
Flight!
Cast off the extra powder? Yeah, but if we're not doing damage, though, why am I capping off the powder? Because they're not actually doing any damage in the first place. So what's 30% of 0 or times 0? Or 130% of 0?
Their end lose. The dead march. Harnessing the kills. Come, not killer. Give them death.
God damn it, Rubio.
Corpse crew. Mortals quail.
Yeah, how long is he going to be gone, actually? He's in Japan. He's on vacation. All right, you want to shoot? I'll shoot too, okay? All right. We'll shoot together, all right? Shoot together.
Maelstrom, empower me.
We're going to shoot together. For the love of God.
Magic.
For the love of God. Thank you. Okay, now we're going to shoot together.
Terror unleashed.
We're going to shoot together. Hello? You gonna spirit bomb it or what? Now see, he shot. Now it's your chance to shoot.
Night march. Deathly magic.
Holy shit.
Swift as death.
No. You get out of this. It's between the two of us. It's between the two of us.
Maelstrom, empower
There we go.
me.
All right, now you can get in there. Okay.
Noctilus.
I made my point.
Oblivion.
You just needed to master that chi, you know what I'm saying?
Deathly magic.
Something, I don't know. Pretty late over there, isn't it, Rubio? No comment. All right, now we can start time. And it's a tier 3, which is extra nice. It was just really bloody to get here. That's okay. We're zombies. We don't give a shit about blood. Going for bloody. No, we haven't had anything that bad. We haven't had anything that bad.
Cowards, devour all.
God, I wish I could sack this.
Take this for the drift.
Yeah, this is the end of Techless. Old Tickles. Old Tickles. He's gone.
Count Noctilus reigns.
Oh, anybody see the Joker trailer? It actually kind of looked decent. Does that make me feel terrible? Does that like make me a terrible
This
person?
one's path is not yet clear.
Actually, I think we need growth. I mean, I want the. Actually, hang on. We need one more. We're gonna build it and then we're gonna tear it down.
Flotilla of the damned.
I think it looks pretty interesting. Now these, yeah, they should declare war on us now. That looks interesting. Yeah, they do. I mean, what were you expecting, Requiem? It's kind of a, you know, an origin story. By a pretty ballsy actor, mind you. Look at that income. Look at that income. It helps that everything we control is a port. It's not hurt. Still, though, Joaquin Phoenix is a pretty good actor. I didn't even realize that was a Dota reference. I didn't even have a clue. I mean, I think that Marvel's gonna change their formula a little bit more, simply because they don't have those big ass actors to carry them so much anymore. Sure, they picked up a couple new ones,
Oh, yeah.
but not like Robert Downey Jr. I think for sure all of them are gonna be leaving. Thank you for the follow. Can't be a spoiler because the movie's not even out. Ruby and Assassin. Oh, I see. I see. Are those all huge contracts expiring? I'm pretty sure they are. I mean, Robert Downey Jr. ain't fucking cheap, dude. That dude makes ridiculous amounts of money. Like, absurdly amounts of money. Now we can get rid of this. All that we can pop this bitch. You kick around as long as they want them from cameos, but Helmsworth and Evans said that they're done. What's Chris Evans even gonna do? Like, what do you got going on in your, you know? What are you planning on pulling now? You know what I'm saying? Might do it for free, but I definitely know he's not doing it for free, though. Started directing? Really? Alright, whatever.
Burn the coastline.
But all you gotta do is run around really, really buff, wearing some tights and throw a shield around. And, you know, life's okay, you know what I'm saying? Tights and an appropriate Billy Red or Gotcha base. I like it. That's true. Chris Evans doesn't have to do that, but so can Robert Downey Jr. And apparently he's still down to party. So that's probably right. Deep voices. The first two Cap movies before the Marvel Universe. We're talking about. What are you talking about? Talking about the first Captain Marvel or the Captain America movie? Or are we talking like way, way, way back in the day? I don't know. That's why I'm asking. I don't know if there were or not. But I think Civil War is a really good movie. And we're doing this shit now too. No, we're not building any ships and shit, so. Yeah, I didn't know about that shit.
Death and destruction.
This is going to be the growth building because this isn't going to affect public order. And we want that.
Bring ruin. Minions, murder.
Murder them.
I demand utter.
Civil War is probably best in the Infinity Saga. Yeah, probably. I think Civil War was pretty fucking good. I actually don't even think I actually saw the Winter Soldier one. Is that the one where S.H.I.E.L.D. like corrupted and Hydra's everywhere and shit? I think I actually saw that one.
Powder wet!
Thor Ragnarok is one of the best? Why? There was nothing about Thor Ragnarok that I thought was actually, like, spectacular. Good night, Ned. Yeah, I don't find shit like that funny myself. As Spider-Man movies were best? We talking about Homecoming, or are we talking about Don't misunderstand me here. I didn't say that I hated Thor Ragnarok. I just didn't think it was that great. It was fine. Oh shit.
Swift as death
Whoops.
wings.
Forgot them.
Ground.
think Homecoming was bad. That was fine. I thought a lot of movies were fine, okay? I'm not much of a movie guy. I just simply go, yeah, it was okay. Dark World was pretty meh. I feel like they could have just done more with like the development of Dark World, and it would have been way better. Instead, they were just kind of like, yeah, here's this weird plot where they're trying to merge their worlds. Go smash shit with your hammer. Okay. Yeah, I didn't think Homecoming was that bad. Actually, I thought it was pretty okay, actually. It didn't thrill me like crazy, but that was fine. How long till Queen Bess? I think we need 2 more levels, so maybe 1 more level after this. I think we're 10 right now. We should be able to do Queen Bess and also do the cheese, the Admiral cheese here. The reload overdrive or whatever it's called. What? I'm not sure I understand. Hela was a good character in Ragnarok that showed up for what? 15 minutes of the movie? It's not like she had a lot of exposition and a lot of like her side of things. She just kind of like showed up, shattered his hammer, and then threw him aside. And then they fought later on at the end of the movie. What does that make her a good character?
A lethal blow. Kill them. Raise them. I am all powerful. Move them, crewmen. Count Noctilus Reign.
In fact, I thought Hela was pretty generic, actually. Just like big bad shows up, does stupid shit. That's about it.
Bring them death.
Oh, you're talking about the Gunnery White. Yeah, we have a Gunnery White right here. Gunnery White named Young Dab.
Taking flight. I never miss. Another.
All right, so
faceless servant.
okay, so you're gonna say Hela was a good character. Let me ask you this: Did you see Black Panther? Ben Snoosberg, maybe. We'll see Black Panther and come back to me, all right?
They were nothing.
I was talking more about villains. Because I think Killmonger is an amazing villain. Or rather, maybe not amazing, but better than average. I mean, Thanos also has the full development. Thank you for the follow. Thanos also has the full development of being a villain, though. So, like, of course he's gonna be a good villain. You know what I'm saying? Don't have much choice. He's the premier. That Age of Ultron is actually a thing. What is that? I think Age of Ultron was not. I think Age of Ultron was that bad. Was it odd at times? Sure. But I don't know. That was fine.
Red Fleet Command.
We're gonna wait to kill this rebellion.
Boost these floating battlements.
Oh, yeah.
I do think we're gonna get the movement range here. We need the campaign movement range pretty badly. Use this with 1 gold. Nice. Alright, so we're gonna kill them, and then we're gonna talk about doing Slaying Zutec. They're actually might be a little awkward. I am the law. Please, come on, CJ. Don't encourage him. Any guys tuning in? Feel free to ask questions. This is an educational. This is going on YouTube as well. You just bought the game from Humble Bundle. Well, congrats, you made it. You're here now. Feel free to ask any questions you'd like. Rude? I mean, look, I'm going to come into your stream and I'm going to always be like, have you guys heard about Vampire Counts? and how amazing they are, and that I can't play anyone else. That's rude. I think we can actually go and fight that now.
As my power ascends.
Is Lara good with Sword of Cain and Bird Mount? I mean, I think you can literally insert "Is this Lord good with" for pretty much anyone. Sword of Cain is just too stupid good to not be, you know, is it good on X Lord? I mean, you could give it a Balthazar Gelt and he's like, oh yeah, okay, cool. That's the thing. I mean, when the sword confers a shit ton of armor-piercing damage and a ridiculous amount of ward save, like, it's really hard to fuck up. The thing that I want to remind people on is the fact of the matter is that the Sword of Cain is kind of a meme, and that, you know, the Sword of Cain is not actually really as good as people like to make it sound out to be. What is the best Black Ark army composition for farming treasures? Oh, okay. That's a pretty interesting question. I don't see why you wouldn't use just a generic good Dark Elf composition to farm treasures. Whether or not. I mean, you have to remember that the Black Ark's going to have greatly reduced upkeep anyway. So running around with having Blackguard and dragons and shit on there doesn't seem like a bad idea anyway. You got to remember, it depends on how big the treasure is. If it's a Skull Reef, it's going to be a pretty nasty army composition. Otherwise, you could probably face roll it with a mid-game army anyway. You know, you can use it with just like Dread Spears, Dark Shards, and Bolt Throwers with like a Hydra, and you could be fine up until a Skull Reef. Yar. I like the question though. That's a very interesting one. First time I've heard that one.
Stop at nothing! Deathly magic! Maelstrom, empower me! Crush them! What? No!
How do you fix a minus 400 rating with a faction you want to confederate? Mistakes were made. All right, before I answer your question, you have to explain how mistakes were made, because this is probably going to be a funny story, and I want to know. Not to laugh at you, but because it sounds funny. And don't worry because I've done something very similar. Well, not quite that, but I've had 80 turns of very poor reliability. Something like that. Avalon was being a bunch of bitches, so I smacked them and smacked them and smacked them and smacked them and level 0 all of them. Does Avalon have any other enemies? If so, you can go to war with those enemies. And furthermore, you can bribe her a lot.
You
A
shall be
lot.
doomed to serve. I cannot be thwarted.
And influence, yeah, that's a good point. Alright, so we got the Curse of the Queen's Cannon, so that gives us the Queen Bess.
Noctilus reigns.
Alright, so here is the first thing that we're going to do. Master the Dread Fleet. Remember this from earlier if you guys were here, were not here, whatever? 421 for heroic actions alone? Oh, good God. Well, next time, learn from your mistakes, okay? That's the first bit of advice, okay? Alright, so take the Lord recruit rank +2. What's our infamy? Hell yeah. Alright. Technology. Oh, we should have got Admiral's Astrolabes first. Fuck. We might still be able to pull it off, actually.
They were nothing.
Might still be able to pull it off. Five to 10 seems good. Is Ilario worth it? I think so. What army would you bring to face a full stack of Necrofax Colossus? Anything with a considerable amount of anti-large or armor-piercing range. I've actually fought with Wood Elves. I fought a stack of Arnessa with like 7 Necrofaxes, and they melt under missile fire. Just use like Way Watchers or Blade Guard with Starfire Shafts, and they died in like 3 volleys, 2 volleys, something like that. They're giant-ass bullet magnets. All right, so Catherine should be 5 loyalty no matter what.
Admiral of the fleet.
Thank God. She's going to be a fleet secretary. And then we disband her.
The Dark Commodore.
Now, for every single one, we'll be able to get +2 loyalty. We're going to fill out this every single turn now. Every single turn.
A lethal blow. Unbridled power. Stragglers get buried. Move.
You could also use a shit ton of like Grail Knights or something like that. Like Blood Knights, Grail Knights, anything that can close the gap very quickly against a full stack of Necrofaxes. And that could close the gap very quickly would obliterate them pretty easily, actually. Blood Knights would just charge the shit out of them, and that's it. Are you asking for a specific faction or what? And by the way, like I said, Alariel is definitely worth it for sure. If you can get him, get her. If you can't, well, that's kind of a problem. Not the end of the world if you don't have Alariel, but she is a pretty good lord. Okay, same as before.
All bones on deck.
We want the income from all buildings first. Not fleet treasure first.
Burn the coastline.
And now that we've got the,
All bones on deck.
now that we have this, we're okay.
Undead despoilers.
We also actually need to get start getting
Here
a better front
we
line.
entrench. Drown the
Got a
world.
problem because we're broke. Hey, Freddy. I was playing High Elves against Noctilus with 6 Necrofax, and they seem to have the advantage at any range. For High Elves, you can duel with dragons. Dragon Princes should be able to do it. Dragon Princes, don't remember what the anti-large on Dragon Princes is actually now off the top of my head. But Sisters of Avalorn should be able to do it as well. If you can use any amount of cover in order to get yourself in position, if you focus fire down each of the necrofaxes with sisters, you should be able to do it. Like if you were able to bring like 6 to 8 Sisters of Avalorn and then a front line of like Phoenix Guard, the sisters should be able to melt the necrofaxes fast enough.
Never.
Than they was before. 15-man garrison looks pretty fucking dope.
Admiral of the fleet.
Okay, now we go to Fleet Engineer. This is going to make construction so much easier now. We've got extra money faction-wide. Now we've got construction costs as well. And the pirate crew growth is going to make it nicer for us to get new admirals. And I can't believe we haven't been able to build walls yet.
Count Noctilus reigns.
I really want but first of Empire Coast and then Lore Masters? Correct. I actually start here. Work our way south to the Blessed Dread.
Bring ruin.
No islands and shit, right?
Ready the lever. Attend me. Death and destruction.
Ain't good? Nope. I think we're gonna work our way up the temple, and we're gonna start sweeping them south. Or this is an educational stream for them and for just anything Warhammer in general. So feel free to ask questions if you're new to the stream. The thing is, going in for the Awakening first is the full vampiric corruption, so you don't have to worry about babysitting anything. And on top of that, you get 3 ports. One of those being a capital port. And you need to kill Noctilus, or you need to kill Harkon anyway for victory conditions. So there are so many reasons to point towards just doing it. This would only matter the Smuggler's Coves building. This will only be if we had a ton of coves, but don't. So, just getting a nice fatty paycheck is better for obvious reasons.
Master.
Just like that, we can spend fatty
I am
paychecks.
waiting. Night march.
No.
Good pop in best. I'll do that soon. Oh, yep, we need to make a lord as well. One that is hopefully not going to rebel. You're perfect.
Admiral of the fleet.
Ella Booty Catcher.
Oh, yeah.
Catching a lot of booty. Campaign movement. Thank you for the follow, El Camino.
Admiral of
disband.
the fleet.
So just like that, every turn, we're filling this up. We're getting more and more passive bonuses. Another one we can't get is the Fleet Enforcement Admiral, but that's okay. Which even then, it only buffs heroes, which, although is nice, isn't important enough to matter.
Ruthless.
We are, I mean, in my mind, there's really no reason to not to continue to conquer all of Lustria. You could make arguments for wanting to go elsewhere or whatever. That's fine. But I mean, we're already here in Lustria. We already have the Awakening and stuff. You could continue to just get a bunch of ports instead and do it things that way if you wanted to, but I feel like you're kind of pissing off a lot of factions with no real point to it. Oh. Forgot about you. I think we have guns. At some point later on in the campaign, it'd be a really good idea to make a couple of heroes, preferably vampire captains, and sail them to, say, Nagarund and to Altdorf and to Lothern and make coves in those places. Because even the AI can't fuck up how much money those cities make. Do we want anyone else? Upkeep is good. Ammunition doesn't really matter. Leadership is good. We should get the Fleet Warrant Admiral. Leadership is still good. That extra 10 leadership for zombies and I mean Depth Guard are already up to 87 leadership. Almost as if they're not undead at all.
Never faceless servant. as my power
this?
ascends.
It was a little while ago.
Footfalls of the dead. Reach souls and coffers.
Sure, why not? The Drowned. How bad is the Drowned? They actually have a city.
The performance will start when I say.
I'm actually surprised that she's surviving as much as she is. You know, she's at war with pretty much everybody, including myself pretty soon here.
Aquasur.
Bless the card. Good meme. Oh yeah, what was the
Killer of the dark.
that's okay. Tomorrow is going to be Tomb Kings, by the way. Those of you curious about what the listing is going to be. Dinosaurs are going to be a little frustrating, but I think with enough focus
Oh,
fire,
yeah.
Think of the follow. Think of enough focus fire from the hand gunners, the Carnos will go down quickly enough.
Is unparalleled.
Catherine Half-Mast is back.
Burn the coastline.
Hell yeah. I don't even know who she is. Yeah.
No need to beg. Make them dead.
Nice. We're gonna need that.
Alarm.
Because these guys are no joke.
I reward my minions well.
Oh, thank God we got the Scarecrow banner. I was almost afraid we weren't going to be able to beat this without a Scarecrow
Show
banner.
them real fear.
Are there any objectively weak factions in battle? Depends. At what stage? Both Greenskins and Bretonia are pretty notoriously weak. Vampire Counts can be. Vampire Counts are usually pretty weak only because the AI doesn't know how to use magic. If the AI could use Invocation to Heck correctly, then Vampire Counts would be pretty scary to fight. Even the trash armies. It'd still be kind of scary to fight. I'm trying to figure out how to play Fae recently. Barrow Legion just overwhelms the troops on the battlefield. Since Brett troops are still bad till tier 3 until tier 4 or tier 5 for knights and cards, it makes things difficult. What is the Barrow Legion spamming against you that is working out so well? Is it just sheer numbers?
Landlubber.
How do I siege as Bretts? They have no infantry. What are you worried about? Just cram all those horses in the gate, dude. Pretend your horses are cav. Or I'm sorry, pretend that they are. You know what I mean? Pretend they are infantry. Tier numbers versus my tiny tier 3 knights, Varguys, Vargolfs, and Skelly Spears. It's definitely rough. What turn are you on, by the way? 30th, they haven't done a couple days. Peasant archers are actually pretty good. For the Vargeist and Vargulfs, a combination of bows and polearms should be okay. You're going to take a lot of casualties, but that's just going to be the Bretonnian way of playing things. The Fae does help because she has the casualty replenishment. Peasant bowmen are going to be big for that. And then spears if monsters are fucking you up as well. If you can get any kind of Knights of the Realm, Knights of the Realm are really, really good. Knights of the Realm are going to solve your problems about anti-large. If you can combine Knights of the Realm with some polearms, you should be okay. Kimmler's a butthead? Yeah, Kimmler's a butthead. He is what we like to call a meanie face. Knights of the Realm will be perfectly fine to use. Yeah. Knights of the Realm are actually pretty scary. They're actually deceptively good. Knights of the Realm have a pretty considerable anti-large bonus. Should not be scoffed at. Yeah, dinos are a little frightening, yeah. They are a little frightening. Main issue is here, I didn't have any pole arms either. Yeah, don't worry about Grail Knights. Get the Knights of the Realm are perfectly fine. Actually, any tier 3 knight is really well. Knights errant aren't very good. And neither are questing knights. Knights of the Realm should generally solve all of your problems. Grail Knights are just like the premier version of what's great about Bretonnia. But earlier versions are good too.
Mortals, wait! Massacre!
Is everything useful? I haven't felt miscast has any impact on the fight so far. It definitely impacts, for sure. Earthing is definitely something that you should want. Maybe don't get it first, but earthing is still definitely important for sure.
Serve me! Defeat is unacceptable!
Out of the way! Go!
Terror! Unleash!
Captain! Drown them!
I do not fail!
I don't know what to do about that mortar. Pretty sure we're gonna lose that mortar no matter what now.
Everything dies. Maelstrom, empower me. Show us.
We're gonna lose mortars. That's gonna annoy me.
Destruction! Count Noctilus! Annihilation! Blood will spill!
Trying to kill that lord and see if maybe that'll help. Please kill that lord. Kill the lord, we might be able to end this. Lose most of my mortars. Here's your lesson for the tutorial, kids. Don't underestimate how stupid lizardmen dinosaurs are.
Remind yourself that overconfidence is a slow and insidious killer.
Orders! Exchange! That's macabre! We move!
On way. Yar!
That hurt. Good news is we can get the majority of this back, but that hurt. Thank God the that dinosaur army fought the other one first. I wouldn't have been able to do that if those dinos had been full health. We're gonna go ahead and summon in the Queen Bess now, though. We're gonna need that. Yeah, word on the street is Crow's gonna be scary as shit, dude. Which is why he's better as a hero, CJ.
Take this for the Dreadfort. Count Noctilus reigns.
Alright, so let's go ahead and pop Queen Bess. Good old Bessie.
No need to beg.
The mortar for sure. We can raise dead and get a handgunner back. And do I want to spend the cash? We're down on mortar still. We want to move to depth guard? I think we do.
The Dark Commodore.
Was there a tournament? There's one today as well. They're finishing up. Actually, what did the bracket look like by the end of it? I'll be honest, half of those guys didn't even recognize. I don't think there's standings. I was blaming you for talking shit about my lizards again.
Death destruction.
Rating increase loyalty. It does. It can. It can. It depends on who you're doing it for. Here, let me. Well, shit, I can't recruit a lord because we're broke. But on the lords, when you look at them, you go into their tree here, and their loyalty will be tied to something that looks similarly to this. Okay. And the lords will actually. I think I can show you, sort of. It'll show you like gaining loyalty from recruiting and fighting other pirate lords in battle. Okay. So this is how you can end up doing it. Is based upon this. I don't remember what her loyalty is, so I don't really want to call her in and end up dying because of it. But I think like there you go. Plunderer gains loyalty from sacking and raiding. So it depends on who it is, but some lords can, yes. I do think that like regular factions like Dark Elves and Skaven, I think that raiding does increase their loyalty. But I think that Vampire Coast is a little bit different in its approach. I'm actually surprised none of the pirate lords actually ended up declaring war on us at any point. They usually do. All right. Oh, okay, great. We got this. So here's the sailing around Oceans of Opportunity command or whatever. I found that pretty much all of these don't really do much for you. I've done the exotic good hauler because you would be like, oh, okay, it's gonna be a lot of money. It's a pretty elite army, and the high reward is like 6K. You could literally get the same by just sailing around and doing things that way. So you could pop this. You could go and sail and kill the army, but I'd suggest doing someone with like a low thing. So I just bring in Bretonnia, and they're just going to sail up and down the coast of Bretonnia. Let's see here. So this is what a late game or a mid game army is going to start to look like. It's not going to change much more for this for late game. Late game is just going to include if you want any kind of terror geist, more Necrofax Colossi instead of carrying aids, or you can pack in some carrying aids. You can pack in a vampire captain for magic for like Lore of Deeps. Lore of Deeps is really good for Vampire Coast. I don't tend to need it as much for Noctilus because he has Invocation to Heck. However, if you're playing any other Lord, a Vampire Captain with Lord Vampires is something I think is required. You're playing a Vampire faction, which means that they are relying upon Invocation to Heck to keep them alive. Invocation to Heck is your friend, and overcasting Invocation to Heck is your friend. I do greatly admonish you to be packing at least one captain in all of your armies. Make sure that that's keeping them afloat at any given time. I do like to use the handgunners up until probably late game. Handguns are a really good unit. I do feel like they kind of drop off eventually just because they aren't as favorable as some other options. Like having more artillery and stuff. They're really good about picking off units. You have to remember that they are still zombies, and so they still do have really shitty accuracy at times. Using them en masse, though, does kind of counteract that problem. I personally prefer using Depth Guard. I will use a couple Depth Guard with polearms if I were completing this campaign, just for a little anti-large flavor. As you can see in that last battle, we could have really used that. Those anti-large polearms would have just obliterated the dinosaurs very quickly. The handgunners kind of help for that issue as well, not having a steady source of anti-large. There is a lot of anti-large built into this faction. I just don't happen to have any of it at this moment. The Queen Bess is here, though. This is definitely going to be one of the premier units of the army. She does do an incredible amount of damage and has a very good firing arc, and oddly enough, a large amount of health as well. She is why the Gunnery White is here, to make sure that she is topped off at all times, to make sure that she's always doing the most damage she possibly can do. Going forth in terms of if I was going to finish this campaign, I would clear all of Lustria. I don't see really a reason why not to clear all of Lustria, other than the fact that it doesn't really have a whole lot of ports outside of what we've already taken. It does have some to the south here, but it does allow us to kind of nestle in a corner, and we can get basically free territory with no actual risk. This is always going to be the buffer zone to anybody who is coming to fight us, and so this stuff back here is all completely safe and is always going to be a large economy for us. That includes Itza, which is a 10 slot, which comes with a gold mine, although the gold mine is not very good for Vampire Coast for whatever reason. It does come with those, same with Copiodal and Oxel as well. Being able to get a couple of ports, gold mine if you really want them. Unfortunately, that gold mine is not particularly good for them, but the options are there. So I would expand and take all of Lustria. You could do all of that in roughly about the next 60 turns or so. 60 to 70 turns. I've been a little bit slower in this campaign doing it. I should have probably been clearing this out probably about 10 turns ago, but I kind of just screwed around for a little bit. It doesn't matter as much because Noctilus, when he gets the boat fully up and running, we are going to be able to move pretty much wherever we want in Lustria without any real problem. Having a very tanky front line in the form of Depth Guard is going to be essential to taking a lot of our later on fights. Depth Guard, when supported by Invocation to Heck, are very tanky, survivable unit. They also are going to get melee defense from this, as well as some good technology as well, giving them an additional 5 here. We're giving them an additional 8 from Noctilus, and then we can get an additional 8 here as well. So we can stack up a ridiculous amount of melee defense on those, on the Depth Guard as well, and make it so that they're all good. Missed it earlier. What was your strategy for taking Awakening in the first place? Did you sit around Pox Marsh, build up mortars first? You take it right away with the gunnery miles and put corpses. You want the mortars first. You can't really take it without getting the mortars. So I took Pox Marsh, and then by about turn 5 or 6, I was able to get Noctilus to tier 4. Or I'm sorry, to tier 3, and or I'm sorry, just to tier 2. Get him to tier 2, but then 3 growth to immediately build the mortar building, and then recruit 5 mortars, and then start and then I killed Harkon, and then moved to the Awakening and took that in the same, no, not in the same turn, 2 different turns. But that would be the strat. Like I said, expanding to the Awakening I think is probably the best thing you can do, since triple port is really, really strong for Vampire Coast. It's strong for anybody, really, but it's super strong for him, plus all the vampiric corruption as well. In terms of their other units, they do have good shit all around. The Rotting Leviathans are pretty solid. They are a bit spongy, as in they do attract everything that shoots from like a 10-mile radius. That's the only really bad part about them. You can end up giving them physical resistance, as well as more health or something. I don't remember. Physical resistance for sure. These boys you could throw in at any point. They're definitely a good unit. They're very tanky. As you can see, 52 melee attack and 42 melee defense is not so bad on a unit as large as that. Plus, it has a little bit of range damage on it as well. The Necrofaxes, if you wanted to use Carrying Aid, but you wanted to move into something more late game, you can switch to either Carrying Aids, replace a couple mortars with Carrying Aids, or you can switch into Necrofax Colossuses. The Colossuses are basically going to act like Carrying Aids, but they have a better angle because they stand up on their feet rather than Carrying Aids who are close to the ground. So you could also swap them in. You could also do some Deck Gunners. Deck Gunners are a pretty solid unit. They've got a long-ass range, and they do shred through things quite a bit. Ended up getting wiped out. It was bad getting. Give it another shot, though. Give it another shot. Techless is not an easy campaign. Not an easy campaign. Deck Gunners are a good unit. You can use them for good constant suppressing fire. They have quite a bit of armor-piercing damage and end up shredding through a lot of things. Yes, Colossi, shut up. They do end up shredding through a lot of things, and also their upkeep is not particularly bad. 174 is not too bad for a unit of its caliber. So if you wanted to replace the handgunners, Deck Gunners would be a good option to switch them in with. They are going to be less models, but they're going to be more consistent DPS. Like I said, the big problem with zombies, the fact that they're very inaccurate. It's okay when you're shooting large targets. You can see that anytime you play dwarves and shoot into a giant, anything that stands up that tall like that is really easy to shoot with straight projectiles like bullets. But Deck Gunners have a good consistent fire rate even against smaller targets, as long as they have good line of sight. Whereas handgunners don't really have that bonus. If you want shits and grins, you can also take the Death Shriek Terrorgeist, who I feel like is a little bit better for Vampire Coast than it is for Vampire Counts. But either way, it's still a Terrorgeist at the end of the day. So do you or do you not like Terrorgeist? It is Flying Terror on a stick, which is always really cool. Terror is really big. It's not as big for Vampire Coast as it is for Vampire Count. Kitten, thank you for the tier 1 sub. I appreciate that. Thank you. The Death Streak doesn't fit as into it as well because the Vampire Coast has large access to anti-large, whereas Vampire Counts does not. And so Terrorgeist fits a little bit more into Vampire Counts because they need that anti-large, whereas the Terrorgeist here is just more or less just a dragon who's not a dragon. So anyways, like I said, going forward, I would go ahead and do all that. I would also keep my infamy down as much as possible. The worst thing is to have a Reich Admiral show up at the wrong time. Like I said, they do go straight for your capital, which of course is out in the middle of the ocean where nobody is right now, and we'd have to recruit a new army in order to defend against that. So rather than that, we just go ahead and recruit admirals, who, by the way, can sit in your pool for as long as you want. Why is there a large part of the map of the east that can't be accessed? That is where Warhammer 3 is going. Talking about this? This is where Warhammer 3 is going to end up going. They're going to expand out this way. This giant ass area right in here is where ogres are. Someday. In terms of technology, honestly, you could go into ordinances and stuff, which I haven't got any of, but getting magazine would be really good. Something I haven't got yet. I just wanted to rush and get the Admiral thing situated, because honestly, mortars have plenty of ammunition up to this point anyway. It's just going to get better and better from this point on. This is typically a technology that I would say that you should rush for. The only one that I know for sure is getting Centuries of Command so that you can try to get your tech tree or your Admiral tree filled out as easily as possible. The magazine is definitely very good. It's definitely something that you should consider picking up, as well as finishing Supernatural Regeneration, which I never did. Also, if you want to have a lot of shipbuildings, having the ship's carpenter is actually really, really good. This makes it so that your horde factions can play a little bit more like hordes, and so that you can kind of swap this guy between. He is one follower. You only get one follower, but the construction cost is pretty large. Ogres, yes. Warhammer 3 ogres. Ogres are a base faction, we think. They had a codex in like 6th through 8th edition, and they're a pretty popular faction on tabletop, both in here in Fantasy and in Age of Sigmar. Let's see. So those are the main technologies. There's still a lot of other good technologies in here, but the main ones would be the sentries to come in and make sure that you get your dudes pimped out, and then things that would buff your artillery. Anything that's going to buff artillery, no matter what, is always going to be something that's critical to the way that the game or that the faction is going to play. I don't think there's ever going to be a situation, unless you're going like all monsters, that you're not going to want Black Powder Overload at any given time. That is that. I would, to finish out Noctilus, I would go ahead and get Wind of Death. Wind of Death, for those of you who have not played Vampire Counts, is disturbingly powerful. If you hit this correctly, pretty much everything that it hits becomes a bloody smear. And even dwarves who have high health and magic resistance still crushes dwarves. It does an absurd amount of damage to infantry, not so much to monsters, but to infantry. What else? Have any questions before I pack up and get out of here? We will be doing Tomb Kings tomorrow with Cetra. Like I said, I wouldn't be friends with anybody in Lustria unless you wanted to. You could be friendly with Skrulk. You could be friendly with not the Blessed Dread. Usually these two end up becoming friends, the Blessed Dread.
Admiral of Khar's fleets.
Usually they end up becoming military allies. So in order to make sure that the Blessed Dread die, you usually have to take out Skrulk as well, unless you can somehow come up with a way for Skrulk to betray him. That's usually not a thing. Any other questions before I bust out of here? Oh, your ears burning again, Asterion? All right, boys. Thank you guys for watching. I'll catch you guys tomorrow. Good night, guys. Oh, thank you guys for the resubs. Kitten, thank you for your sub, by the way. Kronzers, thank you for the 503 biddies. Buke, thank you for the 8 months. Navia, thank you for the 8 months. Teddy Bear, thank you for the tier 3 for 6 months, you mad lad. Toby, thank you for the 15 months. Has not missed a sub. Ursa, thank you for the 17 months. And Logan, thank you for the 100 biddies. Appreciate it, guys. I will see you guys tomorrow. Bye, guys.